Aga mo ngayon, ninong.
Oo. Patay.
Napakalamig pa din, Diyos ko. Ito ka talaga, Mamma Mia.
There are so many local specialties in Cineri. I want to buy more.
Don't you remember your adventure plans, my lady? Wherever in this world I roam, I carry memories of my home. This blade. It is the last link I have to the land of my birth.
There are so many local specialties in Cineri. I want to buy more.
Don't you remember your adventure plans, my lady?
Oh my God. Magkakaproblema pa ako dun, ah.
Specialties in Cineri. I want to buy more.
Don't you remember your adventure plans, my lady?
Lalaro mo.
Genshin Gastos!
Genshin Gastos.
Genshin Gastos, yes sir!
Ako, Nikki
Titignan ko muna
Boobies.
yung email na sinend ko, hindi daw ano.
Na. Nikki Boobies.
We cannot just rely on the ocean's self-cleaning ability.
Ang sa ulo naman nere. Well, hopefully, sana matapos na to. Tayo na. Ako na makuha back pay ko.
We cannot just rely on the ocean's self-cleaning ability.
Lamig. Neta.
This scenery is wonderful. Surely enough to convince anyone to become a wanderer.
Just rely on the ocean's self-cleaning.
Sana hindi ganun kalakas yung music, no? Hopefully. Tapat lang ang music. Ba natin ng konti. Hopefully.
Wow! If it isn't the Traveler and Paimon! Oh, have you seen the article I wrote about you? Ha! You've got some nerve! You just used us to make some quick mora! Oh, you needn't worry about that. I heard that you were in Poisson some time back, so I sent you a letter to discuss just that. It appears you didn't receive it, though. It's all right, though. I've set aside the amount intended for you. I've even set the table with some food. Really? Oh, you're the best! You're almost a little too easy to win over, Paimon. If I were a journalist with ulterior motives, you'd be in trouble now, you know. Oh, Paimon knows you're not like that. Still, what brings you here all of a sudden? Were you looking for me? When Mona mentioned you, we thought of coming to see you at work. I see. It seems you've already bumped into Mona here in Fontaine. So she mentioned me? What did she say? She said that you're a real daredevil of a journalist.
You terrible.
Nice. In which case, can this daredevil journalist dare to request an exclusive interview with the legendary Traveler and Paimon? Huh? So your article in the paper today doesn't count? Oh, of course it doesn't. That was more like live photography. What I'd like to do is dive deeper and ask you to talk about the things you've seen and experienced.
You seriously want to interview me?
Yeah, are we even qualified enough? Why not? If I say you're worth an interview, then you're worth it. But not right now, of course. I'll need a few days to prepare. Oh, in that case, we'll just chat when you have the time then? Oh, so that's a yes? Ooh, splendid! I'll tell the editor-in-chief immediately. I'll have to apply for lighting, a venue, some props, and... Whew, so much to get done now. Talk to you later. Wait, Charlotte. Paimon's still got a question for you. And what's that? If, just for example, Fontaine were to be flooded tomorrow, what would you do today? Huh. That's the prophecy you're talking about, isn't it? I mean, I do hear about it often, but I've never once thought that the day could be tomorrow. If you're seriously asking, then I might try and think of a way to leave Fontaine. Oh, but I'm still a journalist first and foremost. That means I have a duty to be reporting from the scene. And secondly, I wouldn't forsake my homeland that easily. From what I've seen, most people don't know what they'd do should the worst come to pass. In truth, it might be better just to behave like normal rather than worry over such an end. So in all likelihood, I'd probably still be prepping at the office for that interview of ours. I know what you're thinking. That sounds a bit sad, but I've always believed that it's best to do what you enjoy. Just think about it. If this nation really were to be suddenly destroyed tomorrow, but I still successfully finish an exclusive interview with a truly unique person, then the story I would wind up writing would truly be timeless. And then do you know what I'd do? Well, I'd write that story, send it for printing, and use messenger pigeons to get copies out to the various nations as soon as possible. I'm not a dreamer, nor am I a workaholic, but I do love my job.
Ay, sana
And
all.
I'd be proud of leaving such an article behind.
Sana all,
I guess
mahal
you
ang
could say
trabaho.
that I was born to be a journalist. But anyway, that's my answer. And on that note, I'll get back to my preparations. That's so nice.
Bakit?
All of a sudden, Paimon actually kinda envies her. Anyway, let's go and take a look at the sea, shall we? The sea breeze and scenery can be a pretty soothing combo, huh? Paimon's been thinking. If it wasn't Fontaine, but all of Tevat that would be destroyed tomorrow, where would we go and what would we do? No, Paimon should ask, if you could choose,
What would you like to do? We've always been moving to the next destination, so we haven't spent much time thinking about these kinds of things. We didn't have to either, with us always being on the road and whatnot.
Until that moment comes, I think I'll keep
You
journeying
mean
on.
still traveling? Huh. Wait, isn't that what we've always been doing?
Banter goes back and forth between you two. As the time slips by, the night falls. Return to accommodation. The next few days, you're just calm. Charlotte comes to find you, conducts an interview in the Spina de Rusula. Navia, having finished her business in Pasan, even drops by to take a photo with two of you. Until suddenly,
Feels like you'll grow mold if you stay here long enough. But it's still better than the Fortress of Mirapede, that's for sure. It's not only damp there, but salty too.
Ah, so the two of you are still here. Wonderful.
Oh, you're from the Palais Mermonia, aren't you?
Yes, I'm Isadora. Monsieur Nervilat sent me to look for you two before. I heard that afterward you went to the Fortress of Meropide.
wait lang. Okay, tayo ng... Oh, you're under the pressure.
Not at all. I'm well aware that you're friends of his. Actually, I'm here to pass along
Nasa
a
wet
message
place
from him.
na. Tapos na ako doon, Paps. Kalma ka lang. Sana hindi mag-drop ang ating FPS. Ang internet pala. Tayo na. Scam internet ko eh. Alam mo naman.
Yes, inside the Opera House. The Maréchaussée Phantom has declared the incident a small-scale riot.
A riot?
Yun yan.
Well, that said, I don't personally think it was that serious.
Good
Lady
morning,
Farina
good morning.
was watching a performance at the Opera House, and while she was resting during an intermission, some other audience members suddenly started harassing her,
What?
loudly accusing her of doing nothing about the prophecy crisis. And before she could respond, others started to join in. The crowd continued to grow, and protests against the Hydro Archon started to break out.
So people have started to put the blame on Farina. Guess they finally found an outlet for the pressure they've been under due to the prophecy.
I agree. People will naturally rely on gods, as is customary. But the moment people feel threatened, gods are also the first to be blamed.
So what happened after that? Is Farina okay?
Seeing that the situation was spiraling out of control and that further argument was pointless, she claimed that she'd gotten tired of this and left in a hurry. The Maréchaussée Phantom had their hands full maintaining order and did not catch where Lady Farina had gone. Only when things had stabilized did we realize that she had gone missing.
So, you mean she's still missing?
That's right. The Maréchaussée has dispatched many people to search for her, but we don't have any leads yet. That said, I don't think there's much to worry about. She is a god after all. Even if she were to fall into the hands of rioters, what could ordinary people do to her? Good. Monsieur Nervilat sent me to tell you about the situation, but he didn't say anything else.
Don't worry, this is more than enough to go on. Thanks for keeping us informed.
Ah, is that so? Well, all right then. In that case, you two take care. I'll be heading back to the Palais now.
Palais? Palais?
Well, sounds like we should hurry over to Poisson then. If we know Farina, she won't try to fix things in this situation. Instead, she'll look for a place to wait out the heat. And, as we also know, she may be loud and dramatic, but she doesn't have a heart of stone. When Nervalet was talking to her in the Palais Mermonia, and she heard about Poisson, she couldn't hide her sadness and remorse. It would be hard for her to ignore being accused by the public today. Paimon thinks Farina's probably taken the opportunity to slip away to Poisson and try to relieve the sense of guilt that she's feeling. Huh. Well, what do you think? Paimon knows the answer, of course, but Paimon can do the analysis to back it up too. Cool, huh?
Looks like those detective novels had
In
effect
that
on you.
case, there's not a moment to lose. Pusso, here we come.
And Ace Attorney. Wait, tapos na. Oh! Tapos agad. Let's go. Kaga daily commission, isang quest lang. Sarap.
Putang ina, disat niya. Ga!
Nagawa mo shots.
Ang ina yung score ko gago kasi disat.
Easy, easy.
Yan.
Nagalit ka na naman eh. Alta presyon. Ang BP mo,
Nakakainis. Pasado na, bagsak na naman.
Ilang yan, papi. Ano pwede lumubog dito? Laban chest dito. Mga naman. Uy! Finally reach my 150 followers. Hello, hello. Who's that? Luna Desu. Hello, thank you for the follow. Yes po, yes po. Oo, nag-stream ako. Ano naman akong ginagawa? Why not stream it, di ba?
Ano din yan, dagdag views.
Aga-aga.
Mga
Kamagulo
viewers.
dyan. Ikaw naman. Nalaro lang ako eh. Hahabol lang tayong quest bago lumabas yung yung leeway na event. Mahaba-haba rin yun
Wherever
eh.
in this world I
Ay, oo,
roam,
sobrang
I
haba.
carry memories of
Oh,
my home.
check yan.
This blade. It is the last link I have to the
Siyan
land
mo
of
lang.
my birth.
Siyan mo lang. Ikaw naman. Wait, ayusin natin yung follower goal. Kasi na-reach natin yung 150. Thank you, thank you. Or isda. Asan ang isda? Oh my god. Follower goals. Raid channel. Manage goals. Follower goal. Set up new goal. The heck? Oh!
I'll think about it. There'll be an
May edit ba to? Start new goal. Nakalimutan mo na ba ako? Yung abyss. Madali lang yon, Luna. Ikaw naman. Hindi kita makakalimutan. Hirap na hirap ka sa abyss 12 eh. Ay, sorry. Lakas-lakas na karakter mo!
Astra Abyssum.
Nahihirapan ka?
Thank you for completing.
Ano pa yung account namin? Hindi naka-build yun. Mas malakas ang account mo sa amin. Ikaw naman. Weird flex, but okay. Skill issue account mo. Di yan. Lapag mo lang ang kalasag. Kayang-kaya ni Zhongli lahat yan. Ikaw naman. Increase damage, invulnerable to hydro. Okay. Alam mo ba saan reputation? Ito. Hinahanap mo to? Akala mo mas matagal ka sa akin naglalaro. Ngayon lang ulit naglaro. Bayan. Dito. Tipi ka lang dito. Sa Hotel de Board. Hanapin natin yan. Tapusin ko na to para bago ako mag-quest, tuloy-tuloy na ere. Immune sa hydro, no? Pababa ba? Pataas? Pababa. Ito nga yung una kong hinanap, yung reputation muna eh. Para makuha ko na yung pakpak agad. Kilala akong addict eh.
Our bond is strong.
Umpisa pa lang ng Fontaine, level 100 na daw. Nagko-comms lang ako daily. Kaya pala.
Emerge right here.
Clouds high. The birds call.
This way, Karina Lily.
I'm always watching. Emerge right here, right now.
Baba ng dami. Kakilala ko lang naman yun yung gumagawa. Yeah. Yung Paul Walker dyan sa chat, yan yun eh. Yun yung addict. So makita yung achievement niyan. Wait, pero feeling ko mas mataas yung achievement mo dyan eh. Ba't ako online din si Tinapay? Ang sait mo. Saan yun? Ano? Hindi ko kaya yan. Pero hindi ko kaya to. Yan. 1,039 yung achievement. Sana all nagja-jogging. Jogging ka na rin papunta rito, tapos dalan mo ako ng Army Navy. Salamat. Doon naman nakagad ang Army Navy agad-agad. Ay! Okay, hindi tayo friend. So, ganyan ka naman eh. Okay lang. Sanay na po ako. Ano na yan? Ano yan? Pababa. Wait, attack yun ah. Mula Torre ni Devali na hanggang dyan sa Balyena sa Fontaine. UID! Ay, nasa baba. Nasa baba, madam. Ano ba yan? Pa-type ko pa eh. Wait lang. 8900 116 1163834. Tama ba? Yan ba yan? Ayan! Yan ang aking UID. Pakisendan na lang po ng Genesis Crystal tsaka Welkin Moon. Pau, baka naman. Isang Welkin Moon lang, Pau. Pang-chlorine lang. Ay, shit.
Into the wind.
Share my knowledge.
Right here. What a nuisance.
Aray
Right
ko.
now, right here.
As one with wind and cloud.
Hingi na kay Papa Prince. Ganyan yung humihingi na dapat kay Papa Prince sa ganun. Wala nang Welkin.
Commit it to memory.
Parang lakas masyado ng
Show them.
game sound.
Emerge right here. Nothing lasts forever.
Baba ng dami.
Right now, right here.
Grow, grow, grow.
Easy. Parang sakit masyado sa tenga ng game sound. Pag combat. O hindi lang ako sanay. Yan yung ginaging ko kanina. Ginaging mo ang Genshin Impact. Napakatindi mo naman, sir. Di na ako nakakapag-Welkin eh. Wala nang budget for Welkin, madam. Vulnerable. Okay. Oy, malapit lang. Nice.
Ano, need ko rin i-grind yung contain ko pala.
Grind
Nasa
na.
isip.
Grind na, sir. Ganyan
Ginawa ko
ba?
lang dyan, i-open yung domain, tapos wala ng materials. Yun lang, walang quest.
Make yourself
Ako kasi naghahabol ako ngayon.
Time to go.
Mahabol mo yan, sa akin wala.
Emerge.
Back to zero.
Ayan ang karakter ko. Hindi ako nang umatake. AFK lang tayo. Yung tipat ko... Wait. Hindi pa naman siguro 100% yun. Pero bibisita na ako. Wait lang po. Since pinaalala mo. Sana all naghahabol. Okay lang, at least hindi ka hinabol. Kasi may utang ka. Yun pala yun. Okay, tapos na tayo dito. Ay, shit! At pala hindi muna ako nag-bounty. Pero okay lang. Alala ko, that pala hindi muna ako nag-bounty kasi lalabas yung susunod na Battle Pass sa Wednesday. Woody fuck. Woody fuck. Okay lang. Kaya mo na. Hindi ko na lang tatapusin mo na yung request.
Bukas na pala yung patch, no? Bukas ba?
Bukas. Hindi, Wednesday. Laging Wednesday ang patch. Ang gagawin ko?
Wednesday na inalabas yung bago.
Yes. Shots, baka naman. Costume lang. Baka naman.
Yan, gusto ko makuha yung libre lang sa lunar event.
Costume lang ni tawag dito. Ni Ganyu, o kaya ni Shenha, baka lang.
Putik ganyo. Meron ba?
Meron.
Ay, hindi ko nakakita.
May bayad dyan, may bayad. Bayad dyan, sir.
Ay, pag may bayad.
My fur will be dripping wet.
Baka naman, sir. Susubukan naman kahit ulo lang. Sobrang not safe for work. Sobrang not safe for...
The wind knows me. Fallen leaves. Adorn my night!
Emerge right here.
The shots, ang dugyot-dugyot. Baya. February 1? Hindi ba Wednesday yun? Hindi. Thursday. Thursday daw, sabi ng ating informant sa Hoya Lab. Oo.
Yes.
Nagli-leaks pa yan, sir. Lahat dinidilaan.
Ay,
Ibang leak pala. Ibang leaks pala. Ibang leaks pala yan. Sorry. Sorry po.
Warning na lang. Good morning.
Warning, not safe for work po. Tanghali pa lang, Paps, kung ano-ano na pinagsasabi. Paano pa kaya kung madaling araw ta? Diyos ko talaga.
I'm always watching.
Ang baba talaga nung damage nun. Paano kaya magto 200k damage nun? Chats, paano ba magto 200k yung burst ni Aimiko? Uy, may dito artifact. Okay. Mamarkahan kita. Mamarkahan kita. Kailangan ko ng artifact, Paps. Wala na akong artifact eh. Kailangan ko ng artifact na, ano yun? Kailangan ko na ng mga basurang artifact pang-upgrade. Meron din dito. Ay, very nice. Ay, nakamark pala sa mapa ko to. Tanga-tanga.
Emerge right here, right now.
Everyone hold hands. Share my knowledge.
No, dumadaing eh.
Into the wind.
This way through the level.
Saan tayo next? Oo, naku, kailangan ko ng artifact route. Dati meron ako dito. Pero tinanggal ko na. Kasi kabisado ko na yun nandito. Lahat ng dadaanan ko, lahat may artifact. So, ayun yung lagi kong daily workout. Pag naglalagin sa Genshin. 30 minutes lang naman yun. Since ngayon marami ng mga artifact routes. Tuloy-tuloy naman na yun. Wala eh. Ngayon lang ako bumalik eh. Ngayon lang ulit nakakapagmarka. Pero sa Fontaine yung minamarkahan ko kasi ito pa lang yung na-explore ko ulit. Ang cap lang naman ng artifact per world is 150. Tapos pwede mo siyang mailagpas ng 150 once. Pag ang gagawin mo lang is... Ano nga ulit yun? Ang gagawin mo, mag-i-invite ka ng friend sa world mo. Tapos siya ka ulit mag-artifact run. Ganun siya.
Well, what do we have here?
Wait, what? Naku, hindi ko mamarkahan to yung isa prutas. May limit pala, yes. 150 lang yung
If
ano.
this rain keeps up,
150 lang yung limit, pero bago mo ma-reach yung 150 na limit, kunyari, ang bilang mo dapat hanggang 149, di ba? Ang tapos, once na makuha mo ni 149, magpapapasok ka ng friend sa world mo. Tapos, tsaka ka ulit magko-continue maghanap ng artifact. Yun lang pa, ayun ata yung pinaka-bug niya. Tapos the rest, okay na. Yung iba, minarkahan ko diyan kahapon. Ha? Minarkahan mo kahapon? Naglagin ka ba kahapon? Pongta.
A faithful offering.
May minarkahan ka ba dito kahapon? Ako yung nag-mark ng iba dito eh. Ito, ako nag-mark nito. Ewan ko lang. Itong mga isda, tatanggalin ko na to kasi hindi ko na kailangan yan. Ano ba to? Ano to? Select pin. Okay. Yung hindi na pa isa-isa. Mari, outdated na ako. Hindi ko na alam yung mga marks. Ba't nga pala naka-mark to? Fuck. Dude. Or nagkamali lang ako ng mark. Tanggalin na natin. Kasi before, ang ginagawa ko, kunyari maglalagin ako, di ba? Mag-artifact run ako na world map lang. Tapos, kasabay na nun is nagfa-farm na ako ng ano. Kasabay nun, nagpa-farm na ako ng ano. Ng mga materials. Kaya ang dami kong resource before. Ang dami kong ano. Mga ganito. Ayun o. Dami ko nito. Yung mga bagong resource yun lang wala ako. Ayan. Pati itong lintik na to. Pinagtyagaan ko to. Nagtyagaan kong hanapin. Itong mahirap. Takting mahirap. Napakahirap i-farm. Yung mga samurai sa Inazuma shots.
Right here. Emerge. Right now.
Napaka-hassle i-farm. Kasi minsan, dadalawang piraso lang yung idadrop.
Aya ka ata, Mister.
Hindi lang aya ka, pre. Lahat ng material. Kunyari, mag-upgrade ka ng...
Zuma, no?
Mag-upgrade ka ng ano?
Ayan, favorite ko rin yan, no? Support siya, no? Si...
Cookie?
Sino babae na yan? Yung ninja? Hindi, yung
Si-
ninja na ano?
Si Cookie nga.
Cookie, oh.
Ano bang gusto mo?
C6 ako dyan, eh.
C6 ka dito? Ay, sana all? Sana all C6? Talang ako, ano lang to. C3 lang to. Oh.
Popol ako sa ano, yan lang,
C2.
yan lang lumalabas nung nakaraang. Hindi ko makapul ng 5 star. Yan.
Ano mo na Cookie, aya ka aya to? Nako, ayun yung mga sinusumpa akong karakter before. Pero wala naman ako aya to.
Alam, hindi ko na... ito kasi sa isang pwesto lang kasi.
Depende
Kasi
naman
mga
yun eh.
maximums.
Tagal naman mag-replenish ng ano ko.
Cookie.
Saan na tayo? Tapos nakuha ko na to. Tapos, since minsan tamad din ako mag-farm ng mga mobs mismo, ang pinupuntahan ko yung mga ganito. Daily yan.
Makita si Cookie.
Daily ko siyang ginagawa. Bakit 13M na lang? Uy, 40M sinasabi. Walang 40M yan, Pao. Ewan ko siguro nung hinahandle mo. Pero marami ako in-upgrade eh. Upgrade ako nito. Nag-upgrade ako niyan. Tapos nakakuha ako ng ganire. Nasaan na ba yan? This one. Yan. HP Sands. HP stands na may crit damage, tas may energy recharge. Di ba? Ano pa? Ba't ganun? Puro HP. Ano na? Ano na, sir? Ay, puro HP, re? Meron ako nakita dito magandang ano eh, sands eh. Hindi ko lang hindi ko pa ginagalaw. This one, puro HP. Ano na? Hutaw, let's go. Yalan, let's go. Ganun ba to? Minsan eh, kung... Ano yan, Pao? No, feeling ko naubos yung Mora kaka-upgrade ng artifact. Alam mo naman, nag-YOLO ako sa artifact. Medyo maganda yung artifact na yun. Ano yun? Ano skill ba yun? Kuha ko. Alam ko ano lang yun eh. Ganto lang siya eh. Oh. Oh. Walang crit. Walang energy recharge. Ah? Let's go. The percentage. Let's go. Tapos iisa lang. Stamayern. HP, Elemental Mastery. Ha? The fuck? Cryo damage. Goblet. Huh. Ubos na nga rin artifact ko eh. Lahat pinapakain ko na eh. Paano ba naman? Hindi napapabayaan. Hindi ina-upgrade. Oo, diba? Napakaganda. Saan ka pa? Anong say nyo sa anime rewards? Bullshit. Sobrang bullshit. Enhance. 4 lang, 4. 4. Bigyan mo ako 4 lang. 4 lang, kaibigan. 4 lang. Energy recharge. 8. 8, 8, 8. Bigyan mo ako 8. Low roll. Pass. Wait nga. Since nag-upgrade na rin naman tayo, tuloy-tuloy na natin. Asan na yung ano kanina? Purina piece? Na. Pwede eh. Asan na yun? Pwede ko bang patasin ng konti? Asan na yun? Energy recharge? Mataas energy recharge ang Purina ko pa. Hindi naghihingalo sa energy recharge to. 180 ano? Hindi naghihingalo sa energy recharge. So, hindi ko kailangan palitan yung HP Sands ko. Pwede ko ibigay kay Raiden Shogun siguro. Pero, medyo mahirap ihabol. Or maghanap ako ng energy recharge pa. Hirap makakuha ng energy recharge, pre. Ina. Sa pinakamahirap kuhain na Sands to. Sige, pagbigyan kita. Hanggang 16. Wala nang consumables. Fuck. Oh well. Next time na ulit yan.
Yung skin ni Saint Show, ano?
Libre.
Libre, no?
Libre yan. Shenhe lang, siya. Shenhe lang. Baka naman.
Ay, gusto ko kumuha ng Shenhe. May lalabas mo sa Shenhe?
Wala pa.
Stand with me.
Hindi mo nga yung damit ni Gala.
Ganda yung damit ni Ganyo.
Emerge.
Ay, oo nga, no?
Ganda yan. Ganda pa sa kanya.
Sabi din pag nag-i-skill si Gala.
Clouds high. The birds call.
Maganda. Pati yung likod. Mas appealing kaysa sa...
Siyempre. Puta.
Saka umiilaw, ano? Nag-glow.
Nag-glow pag nag-skill siya?
Hindi. As in, umiilaw lang talaga siya.
Oh.
Glow talaga.
Ganda.
Siguro baka sa color nung ano. Twilight Blossom.
Baka.
Color, pero nag-glow eh. Ganun.
Mabili na. Ang intro pa. Bili na. Ay, marami bang bayarin.
I see everything.
May Final World ka na, di ba?
Meron, pero sa Steam.
Yes, bumili rin ako sa Steam.
Napilitan.
Pero,
Ayun na.
Emerge.
Hindi, kasi ano, may
It's a memory.
way na para mag-break yung save file from Xbox to Steam. So,
Oh, may kokopyahin ka lang.
oo. May
May
download
kokopyahin ka lang
ka lang
file.
na para Xbox save extractor. Ganun.
Ha? Hindi. Punta ka
Ano
lang.
yun,
May pupuntahan ka lang na file, Ninong.
Hindi, ayaw nga nun eh.
Ha?
Ayaw nun.
Ano
Hindi gumagana yun. Hindi gumagana.
Bakit yung-
sabi mo?
Bakit yung sa akin napagana ko?
Hindi nga.
Ewan ko siguro hindi Palworld kasi to. Ang tinutukoy ko is yung save ko sa Craftopia.
Ayun.
Kasi yung progress ko sa Craftopia before is nailipat ko from Xbox to Steam.
Mm.
Pangit
Kaya-
yun, no, rewards. Parang
Kaya nung
download
lumipat ako
mo.
sa kaya nung lumipat kami ni Nudge sa Steam nun,
Mm-mm.
kasi 'di ba natanggal yung Palworld sa sa Xbox.
Yeah.
Nung natanggal siya sa Xbox, nilipat namin sa Steam agad yung mga save file namin.
Mm-mm.
Ayun. Gumana naman siya. Nandun yung save ko, nandun yung character ko na sobrang OP na nang wawang hit. One hit talaga, one hit.
One hit.
Oo, one hit. Ano ba naman, pag tinamaan ka sa ulo ng archer, patay ka talaga. Billion yung damage sa ulo nun eh. Tsaka 100, tawag dito, mas mabilis mag-update yung sa Steam compare sa Xbox. Yan. Sobrang laki ng difference.
yung mga yung mga exploits nila sa Palworld. In the next day or two, biglang
Mag-update.
Show them.
kasi
Right here.
nakuha agad yung
Emerge.
issues na mahihirap.
Tsaka pag kasi yung mga Steam player din is nagre-report ng mga bugs. So, hanggat kayang i-fix, mafi-fix agad.
Masipag yung mga Steam player.
Masipag din naman siguro yung nasa Xbox, pero matagal nga yung update sa kanila compare sa Steam.
Marami kasi bumili sa
Tsaka tatanggalin din naman ng Xbox ang Palworld sa nila. Ganon din mangyayari. Parang nangyari doon sa Craftopia before.
Yan yata yung isip ko eh. Yan binili ko na rin.
Diba? Though yes, sabi nga nila is mas mura nga sa Palworld. Pero, ano yan?
Stand with me.
Xbox.
Mas mura sa Xbox. Pero,
If you want to, ako kasi pag may mga trips na laro na meron din sa Xbox.
yun naman yun eh.
Becomes the hunt.
Right now. Emerge. Right now.
The bond is strong.
Single.
The hunt.
Maganda yung Gilded Dreams dito. Ayoko na, magko-quest na ako. Wala naman akong pang-upgrade. Time Poson. Poson. Sana hindi masira ang internet natin.
This place looks deserted. Guess all the survivors must have evacuated already. All that's left here are signs of devastation. Could Farina really be here? Let's try to find her as soon as possible.
Di pa rin naayos yung hagdanan eh. Baka naman. Butas-butas pa rin.
yung ano ko pala dyan sa tipat.
Ayun nga pala.
Akala ko, gumawa ako nung nung isang, alam mo yung malaking house talaga? Yung
Oo.
parang base. So naglagay ako sa isang pwesto. Matatanggal din pala yung nasa previous. Putik na yun.
Paano previous?
Yung nasa kabilang lang. Nasa kabilang side lang nung isla.
Talaga?
Matatanggal
Ganun.
pala siya. So, hindi
Depende,
pala siya...
dapat may multiple copy ka. Dapat may multiple
Hindi
copy
pala
ka.
siya... Oh, kahit multiple copy mo. Basta pag pinaka-base ang ano, pag ililipat mo or gusto mong gumawa ng ganun, wala rin pala. Ayun, yung base na malaki. Yung ganyan.
Ito mawawala yan.
Oo, nag-create ako
This
sa kabilang
realm is
isla. Diyan din sa
Mawawala yan.
lugar na yan, pero sa kabilang isla. Nawala. Mga pinapa-level ko tuloy, ano ko ulit, sa set ko ulit.
Anong gagawin ko? Rust.
Pampaano ko lang yan eh. Diyan ako bumibili ng ano eh.
Oo nga, bibili nga ako ng ano eh.
Resins. At
Bibili nga ako ng ano yan?
Heroes with. Doon na bumibili.
Saka essence.
Oo, tsaka
Bibili ko ba ito lahat? Hindi! Okay lang.
Bierbires back.
Sige ninong. Kukumpletuhin ko pa ito ulit. Ano ba yan? Kailangan active. Kailangan active ka nagla-login talaga. Ay, Diyos ko ka. Tayo ng poson niya. Poson. Nasa likod.
This place looks deserted. Guess all the survivors must have evacuated already. All that's left here are signs of devastation. Could Farina really be here? Let's try to find her as soon as possible. That's Farina, right over there. She
Should I just give up? This is all meaningless. What was meant to happen did happen after all. Everyone's dead. I'm sorry. I am so sorry. Give up, Farina. There's no point in holding out. I'm sorry. But what can I even do other than to repeat meaningless apologies over and over? Who's that?
Don't worry, Farina. It's just us.
So it is you, blonde traveler from another land. Why, I almost thought you were someone from that mob of my ignorant subjects, come to kneel and beg for my forgiveness.
Farina, you were crying just now, weren't you? The tear stains on your face are obvious.
What do you mean, tear stains?
Ay, mata mo, may uluha.
I remember. The show at the Opera House earlier this morning was so moving. I'm still trying to process it. Who did that uncivilized rabble think they were, disturbing my enjoyment of the arts? They even dare to tout their Archon. I must teach them a lesson. I can just
Baliw
imagine
ang
their
potas.
twisted and frustrated faces once they realize that I'm nowhere to be found. Oh, and I'm sure Nouvellette and those people from the Marche Say Phantom are freaking out right next to them, too. Of course not.
Hey, there she is! The Hydro Archon's over there!
Puta. Sugurin niyo ako!
Quick, after her!
Putang na sinugod niya.
Farina, those people can't be after you.
They are... They're just some rabid fans who want to cut the line because they haven't been able to meet me in person, aren't they?
Wait lang, dudura ko lang to.
That's against the rules. I can't let them get their way.
Takbo!
Farina just ran off. Quick, we have to catch up with her.
Nagtatakbo.
This
Nagtatago.
should be the place, right? Hey, Farina! There's a good hiding spot over here. Quick, come to Paimon before the rest of them catch up to you.
What? What is this place?
Hurry, they're almost here.
Fine. I suppose haste is warranted. Lead the way.
Sure. PTSD na ako dyan. Okay lang yan, Paps. Nood ka lang. Tapos mo naman natin.
Paimon's exhausted.
Blood art ka na pala.
I'm so
Yes!
tired. I totally thought they had caught me. No, I mean, I merely gave in to the sheer enthusiasm they displayed.
Plays not sound. Not that I'd call soundproof. You might want to lower your voice.
You're right.
Spoiled ka na, ha? Okay lang yan.
That's a good girl.
What's happening? The ground's shaking. Is it an earthquake?
Wala pa ako sinisimula any quest sa Fontaine. Hindi ko kasi magawa yung whale na event, ay yung whale na boss, kaya gusto ko na rin tapusin. Alam mo yun? Sayang eh.
Yeah, a quake of this kind preceded the flooding in Poisson, didn't it?
It can't be. It's happening again.
Magpa-farm ako ng
There's no need to
artifact
worry
later
too
on.
much about
Meron
that.
na sa commission book.
Let's made some emergency plans, so the evacuation should go a lot smoother this time.
Ano? Nabubuksan na yun. Yung commission book, yes, meron. Meron, mas gusto ko ano eh, na-unlock ko siya eh. Para pwede kami magkasama nila Nudge. Tsaka may ano yun! May achievement yun pag may kasama ka sa party. Sa libro ka pumunta. Pag napinindot mo through, oh yeah, ginagawa ko rin naman yun. Pero mas gusto ko lang yung ano, na-unlock ko din. Alam mo yun? Para pag pumunta ako ng other world. Di siya pwede sa co-op. Pag ano, pag kunyari gusto mo ng tulong, or kung gusto mo lang may kasama, alam mo yun. Tsaka achievement yun, ako ba? 10 Primo Gems din yun, ako ba? Ano tayo? Mahirap tayo sa Primo Gems. Kailangan natin ng Primo Gems. There no need. Ano? Nakalayan ka. Yes, sir. Nakalayan ako finally. Pero bumabalik pa rin tayo doon para sa libreng pagkain. There's no worry about too much.
Yeah, I hope you're right. But the people of Poisson, they've already...
Sama nyo ako whale co-op less. Edi tapusin mo na yung whale co-op mo. Pwede ba ano yun? Pwede ba mag-co-op pag natapos? Kunyari, pumasok ako sa world ni Nudge since tapos na ni Nudge. Doon ba pwede yun? Pwede ba mag-co-op doon? Hindi ko pa natatapos eh. Mahaba yung quest. Luna, sobrang haba. Parang ilang araw ko rin to ginagawa. Tapos nasa sidetrack pa ako. Tayo na. Talking about her actual feelings. She's starting. May mission na magbukas ako, ano? May mission na magbukas daw ako ng 5 chests. Talaga? You begin to talk among yourselves when it slowly comes down.
It's true.
Huta,
I've
anong world
been
bubuksan ko sa
investigating the
world?
prophecy for hundreds
Wala.
of years.
Huwag ka na mag... 5 chess 100% mo na yung mapa. Isama nyo ako sa co-op whale lang. Pwede. Tingnan kung nakalagin si Nan.
I once had informants all over Tavat, searching for clues and feeding information back to me. I've tried all kinds of ways too to hold back the sea. Anything to keep the coastline from advancing. But
Ay,
all
may
my
mas
efforts
pogi ka, huwag ka
proved to be
magkapatalo
futile
pa.
in the end. Really, the truth has been clear to me for a very long time.
Ikaw pa rin ang pogi sa atin.
We cannot make an enemy of the divine. No matter what we do,
Maya
the
pa ako
will
gabi
of the
after work.
heavenly
Sige lang, go
principles
langs.
will have its way, and the prophecy shall be fulfilled.
Give up. I do love the sound of that phrase. It would mean finally coming to terms with fate, but also
Mali,
the
si
need
Pao
to
pala yung tunay na
finally
pogi. Tama! Yung tropong mahilig sa siomai hotdog na special. Multitask tayo. Play while working. Tama. Pwede, pwede.
Indeed.
Bakit
I've
mag-work?
thought
Ganun din
about
naman.
giving up so many times,
Lakas ang loob, no? Porket
especially
walang
after
trabaho.
we almost lost Poisson. Fate is really unreasonable, isn't it?
Putang
It has
ina
no heart
nakang
and
talaga
obeys
ha
no
ha ha.
rules. The prophecy has only just started to come true, and so many people have already lost their
Nakakasira ng
lives.
Genshin ako.
But just
Tang
now,
inang mindset
it all
yan.
became clear to me. I still don't have the right to come to terms with fate on behalf of everyone else. As long as the final moment hasn't come, it's still not too late. Don't worry. I will keep hope alive for everyone until the very end.
Tang ina. Ayan. Putang ina mapaw.
Well, that's enough for now. I
Parang
got the
school days lang
impulse
yan.
to play the stricken maiden, but honestly, considering my rank and station, that wasn't a good fit at all. Don't take any of what I just said
Oo, Pao.
seriously.
Iba talaga
How
pag
can I
mahilig sa siopaw
possibly
tsaka
let Fontaine
siopaw.
fall to the
Siomai
whims
hotdog
of
special.
trivial prophecy?
Nakakasira ng CS ang pagpasok.
Come on! Paimon could have
Gago.
sworn you were actually being honest just now.
We're running out of time. We can't just go back to square one like this. I have to get more information out of her. May not have to shoulder this burden alone. Although I don't know what you are mind keeping from everyone, your people are more than willing to share your burden. with you.
Share my burden. That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone.
But even if your burden doesn't need to be shared, you can still just okay. Let him cook. Just share it with me. I'm what you'd call a witness.
A witness.
Hey, good morning,
Yes,
legit. How are you?
I've
How are you?
heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes. In other words, you never belonged here. And if Tevat is, in its entirety,
Show
a
my
show
hot dog
on a
special.
stage,
Let's go.
then
Yes,
you're
sir.
just a spectator, aren't you?
Alam mo yan, abi. Show my hotdog special. Basta si Pao, mabilis dyan. Mabilis si Pao sa show my hotdog special. Pakyo ka din
Hypo
po.
you parcupo with respect less than 3.
Sait mo yung puso less than 3?
If that's the case...
There's no time, please, for you to spit it out. What the fuck? Hey! Oh my God! Nasa trial na sila! Namaki in
Ladies
German.
and gentlemen, this concludes my opening performance.
Ano daw? Bakit may kasamang lumilipad na pagkain? Ano ka ba? Emergency food yung kasama ko. Just in case lang naman. Just in case.
Now, without further ado, we may proceed to the trial of our god.
So, this is what it is. Yes, you deserve praise for the effort you took to raise the dramatic stakes. Do not forget, however, that I am Fosalor, the god of justice, the embodiment of justice itself.
Does it not strike you as even the least bit absurd to bring the very concept of justice to trial?
May I interpret these words as your refusal to stand trial?
Playable in A? Yes. Playable siya, playable.
In that case,
Pero
you will have
wala ako
the
nun.
opportunity to defend your honor through a duel.
Ish. Start mo makikipaglaban.
You would draw your blade against a god?
Start mo. Naka-iron sting si ano.
See, it seems
Ah.
like you have made up your mind.
Start mo, playable ka din. Kaya ka pinaglalaroan, sir. Ikaw naman.
Paimon can't believe it. She just surrendered.
What the heck is going on? Did I just see an Archon surrender to a human?
Wow, how utterly humiliating.
Lady Farina, what is the meaning of this?
Shh. It would seem that there has been a misunderstanding. To be clear, the raising of both hands is not always an indication of surrender.
Looking for excuses again, huh?
I raised my hands just now to indicate my acceptance of the trial. No duel shall be necessary. I will admit that I've been running away for a long time. I'm sorry, everyone. I was unable to protect the people of Poisson. It is my duty to stand trial for my crimes. You are not the only ones to be disappointed in me. I, too, am exceedingly disappointed in myself. But now, it is time for the Hydro Archon to show you her courage and resolve. I, Farina, will use this trial to show the world the true meaning of justice!
Let's go! Ay.
This time, I will protect you. Applaud and rejoice. One of the most outrageous and fantastical arcs known to the opera epiclese is now unfolding before your eyes. Mark my words. This shall be one of the most exhilarating and brilliant shows ever to grace the stage of Fontaine. The trial of the Hydro Archon, Focalor, will now begin!
Woohoo! Oh, now we're making history!
Why does it feel like Farina just took over the whole thing?
Malalaman mo
Come
may
on!
ako sino
Didn't
pinoprotect.
she just get forced to stand trial for her crimes?
Yung sarili niya.
Also, even though she's still acting super dramatic, she is taking
Si
this
Pao
seriously
spoiler
this
eh.
time, right?
All right, then. Who will be my opponent in this trial?
The court asks the prosecutor to please take the stand.
Is that so?
Is that so?
Very well. Then please speak, witness of Tivat, my accuser and fated opponent.
We're getting close to getting her to tell us the truth. And it still turned out to be like this in the end. It's okay, though. As long as we can defeat Farina in court, we'll still have the chance to figure everything out. Ah, puta. Suntukan! Nudge, nudge. Merong sinabi sa akin yung tropa ko. Si Clorin daw ay isang umurais.
Please allow me to
Naniniwala
ask
ka ba
a
dun?
very final question before the trial begins.
Oh my God. I cannot unsee, man. I cannot unsee. Ano mo yung kichi-kichi na omorai sa Japan?
Just how much work did you do to force me onto this stage?
Well, we did do a lot of prep after the meeting that day.
I can go over the tasks assigned to the Spina di Rosula, since they were rather straightforward and easy.
Navia, the president of the Spina di Rosula.
Most of the people who participated in the disturbance this morning were my subordinates. They changed into plain clothes and came to the Opera House as regular audience members, waiting for the perfect opportunity to incite insurrection against you. The people's resentment against their Archon has been building as more and more of the prophecy is fulfilled. A spark was all we needed to turn smoldering anger into a flame. Moreover, according to our understanding and analysis of you, when something like that occurred, you would likely flee the scene and head to Poisson by yourself. So, we arranged for a second group to lie in wait there.
So, you mean the ones who scoured the settlement for me were also from the Spina?
And their goal was to force you to step into the giant magic box so you may personally participate in the greatest magic performance in all of Fontanian history.
That's right. That house was a magic box, rather than someone's residence.
As the super ultimate version of the setup that I used when I first performed at the Opera Epiclese, the volume of the box was increased by a whole order of magnitude, and the distance it traversed was the entire gap between Poisson and Areneas. Its cargo, of course, was an Archon instead of a human. My thanks, Farina. Without your help, we could never have pulled off such an extraordinary performance.
You're welcome?
Of
What the
course,
fuck?
this performance was only made possible with Father's support. The House of the Hearth spent a massive amount of labor in Mora to pull this off. We had to select a location, construct the giant magic box, dig a tunnel, and open up a path through the water. It was a lot of work for all of us.
What the fuck?
So, in other words, the earthquake that we felt within the giant magic box was just a normal tremor from the transportation of the whole house?
That's right. It wasn't a sign of another disaster to come.
We deceive you back there.
Then, I can guess Nervilette and Cloran's parts. You gathered a crowd, prepared a stage, and made sure that the champion duelist would be immediately ready for a fight. Also that as soon as I appeared on the stage, the trial may commence without a hitch. Am I right?
Yes, that is correct.
Naka-iron sting ang potek.
Well,
Naka-iron sting yun.
Cloran, I must commend you for your courage. Only the most outstanding...
Oh my god, I skipped it.
As for you, traveler, I suppose your role was to keep me distracted with conversation once you found me in Poisson. You'd make sure that I didn't notice anything amiss before revealing yourself as my prosecutor once we'd arrived onto the stage. Oh?
I was to give you one last chance. We hope that you'd share your secret with us.
Is that so? Then I suppose I must have missed my final chance.
Nods.
It's fine. It matters not. What's done is done.
That is done.
The stage is already set, so there's no reason to disappoint the audience. Let's see this trial through to the very end.
And Ace Attorney. Ace Attorney, right? Yeah, the only thing we can do now is to judge the Archon. Still, I can't help but a little bothered by that conversation earlier. What did Farina want to say to me right before we arrive on the
Sir
stage?
Prosecutor, please allow me to pass this along. This is a document that Miss Charlotte applied for and received permission to share with you during the trial. According to her, it should speed up the proceedings.
Huh? Charlotte wanted to give us something? Oh, so she's here too! Hey, Charlotte! Oh, Leb Hymansi. Isn't this the exclusive interview that she did with us before? So she's already finished it, huh? Wait, then that means this document is a perfect timeline of everything that's happened ever since we stepped foot in Fontaine! So in other words, we can refer to this anthology of evidence every time we want to use something from our journey as evidence for an argument! Let's quickly confirm the information in it. Just think of it as a refresher, alright?
Okay.
You defeated the Hydro Archon in the very first duels you took part in at the Opera House. That's one for the history books, all right. I didn't think that you'd wind up getting to the bottom of the case I'd been following all this time. I guess you could also see this as a happy coincidence. This is the first time Monsieur Nervillette had a difference of opinion with the Oratrice. Even the Hydro Archon can't figure it out. A Fatui Harbinger.
Oh
She's
my
an
god.
extraordinary person.
Kailan
Her
siya
instinct
mapupul?
must mean something. The fortress of Meripede was almost destroyed in a single day. That I didn't witness that scene personally will always be a source of professional regret, I think. According to Monsieur Neuvillette, both Child and that whale should have been in the primordial sea at that time. I nearly lost my awesome friend Navia. To be honest, that still gives me shivers. The words of someone as extraordinary as a witch can probably only be truly understood when something surreal happens to you.
Ooh, okay.
The prosecution and the defense are both in position. The trial shall now begin.
My god, mahaba-haba na naman ba ito?
Come on, Nervillette. There's no need to repeat all the unimportant legalese. Just fast forward to the part where the prosecution lays out my offenses. As the defendant and the lead actress of this performance, I still haven't even been informed of my supposed guilt in all of this. Of course, it is only natural for humans to struggle to understand the actions of a god. However, you will need more than that to convict me of a crime.
That's true. But my charge here is
Oh my god,
unrelated to your
nagsalita.
conduct as an
Nagsalita si
Archon.
Traveler.
Instead, I would like to charge you as a fraud who's never been the Archon in the first place.
Wait,
Oh.
what was that? Lady Farina's a fraud?
Hey, I came here thinking that we were going to try the Hydro Archon for forsaking her duty, but did I hear that right? She's not our Archon at all?
Charge accepted.
Puta. Okay.
Lady Farina, do you plead guilty to the charge? Lady Farina.
I plead not guilty. How can I be guilty? There is no way that I, Focalor, otherwise known as Farina de Fontaine, a member of the Seven and the Regina of all waters, kindreds, peoples, and laws of Fontaine, could be anything other than your true Archon.
Yeah. Even though Lady Farina can be rather eccentric, isn't it going too far to doubt her very identity?
Yeah, I've never questioned her identity either. Sure, Lady Farina can be super irresponsible, but what grounds does that prosecutor have to make such a huge claim?
I have cause to believe that common sense will prevail in this case. Many of the members of the audience have known me as the Hydro Archon ever since they were born. There would be no fooling their memory. See? Even the Oratrice has decided to show me its favor. Are you sure you want to commit to a charge that will never be upheld? If you wish to drop the case, I can promise you as the God of Justice that you will not have to face trial for making a false accusation. We will treat everything that's happened as a dramatic spectacle and move on with our lives. What do you say to that?
An argument with near impossible odds, huh? We have to not only refute Farina's claims, but also overturn the long-held beliefs of the people.
Guess that's they will only see you as their Archon.
Well, I tried to give you the chance to surrender. If you must persist, then let me ask. If you believe I'm not the Archon, then what manner of being do you think I am? And if I was not the Archon, then how did I manage to live for over 500 years?
I've got to think carefully. What do we know to be special about Farina exactly? Huh. Relevant. We revealed that she's already a pro on her own. Relevant. I think this one.
First of all, you may be a member of another long-lived race, which would allow you to naturally possess an extended lifespan. And second of all, even if that wasn't the case, There could be other ways to extend your life.
Such as a curse.
Who gave you that idea? Was it the knave? You'd sink so low as to use a harbinger's words against me.
What matters is the veracity of the claim. It doesn't matter who gave us the information.
A curse? I once thought it possible that the aura of an Archon might naturally resemble a type of curse. But in light of this claim, perhaps what I sensed was not your divinity, but a curse after all.
Ooh.
Neverlet sensed it too, huh?
So, Farina, instead of an Archon, could you just be a cursed human?
Farina is actually a human?
Well, it is true that it's extremely difficult to tell humans and gods apart just by looking at them. It's not impossible.
Well, don't start celebrating too early now. Even if I have been carrying a curse like you said, how does that prove that I am merely a human being? Besides, everyone knows that the main difference between a human and a god is the possession of authority. Gods can do what humans cannot. That's why they're worshipped as gods. For centuries, manifestations of my authority have served the nation of Fontaine. One need only to turn their eyes towards the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal in this very opera house, or consider the indemnitium that is used in every aspect of life.
Wait, that one trial proved the opposite. Farina actually has no control over the oratrice at all. Here's the evidence. Conviction of child.
You tried to reference the Oratrice. But weren't you as confused as all the rest of us when the Oratrice declared Child to be guilty without any proof? Otherwise, you should have come up with a good explanation for that by now.
Didn't I make myself clear at the time? The decisions of the gods are naturally difficult for humans to comprehend. There is no need to provide an explanation.
Baka yung oratrice talaga yung turo Hydro Archon. Diba? Possible. There's a possibility. Pero if Farina is actually just cursed, then that's fucked up. Well, we will see to the end.
Lady Farina, I believe a reminder of your current circumstances is in order. While the court is in session, the principles of justice and the law must come before all else. While you are an Archon, you are also first and foremost the defendant in this trial.
Let him cook.
You will prove yourself unable to defend
Fuck
against the
you,
prosecution's
Notch.
charges.
Gusto mo
and
talaga?
continue to withhold vital information against the rules of the court.
Wait. Gusto mo talaga na nagluluto? Wait. I've learned something few days ago. It will fuck your mind up, man. Wait. It's not a spoiler. Pero you remember what I said na alam mo yung umurize, Nudge? Alam mo yung umurize? Nudge? Alam mo yung umurize, Nudge? Yeah, alam mo yung umurize? Wait. I'm looking for it. Si Kichi umurize. Yes, sir. Wait. Asa na yan? Ito ba yun? Is it this one? Wait a minute. Ito ba yun? Ito nga yun. Wait. Ito yung nakatulog ako eh. Where is that? Oh my God, nasa na yun? Namo, lumabas ka dyan. Mag-noodles na tayo. Dito sa bahay may noodles pa ako. Gusto mo ba? Bigyan mo lang. Wait lang, ha? Hinahanap lang ako saglit. Sobrang saglit lang. Sobrang saglit lang. Sana may access pa ako. Wait! Tingnan mo to, Nudge. Tingnan mo to. So, sobrang fucked up, boy. Pag nag-pull ka daw kay ano. Pag nag-pull ka kay Chlorine, pre, maaalala mo to. Ala. Kichi-kichi, papi. O tayo, pag nag-pull ka ng ano, ng Chlorine, sasabihin mo, let's go, Umurice, let's go home.
I never thought you'd use that kind of rhetoric against me.
That was no trick of rhetoric, Lady Farina. I've merely reiterated the rules of the court. Rules that all should respect and
Nung
follow.
nakita ko yun, oh my god, how to unsee. Tangina kasi napakawiti nung nag-isip, hayop. Galing kay Kirus yun eh. Umurice na pagkakales, yes. Indeed, malaki nga yun. Mas malaking Umurice talaga yun.
Instead of having been created by you, the manifestations of authority you mentioned have been made by the real Hydro Archon, haven't they?
Instead, having been created by you. You mentioned have been real?
The real Hydro Archon. Well, now you're really losing me. It is true that I did not know why the Oratrice gave out a guilty verdict that day. But the Oratrice handed out that verdict unilaterally, and it has been operating independently ever since it was first created. You can't argue that just because a divine creation is flawed, that the god behind it must also be no god at all.
She's still throwing out all kinds of excuses. Seems like she's confident that we won't be able to produce proof that she has no power over the Oratrice.
Sure, we can put Oratrice aside for now. But then, Miss Farina, could you give us a brief demonstration of your power as an Archon?
My power as an Archon. There are many ordinary citizens in the audience. How can I just carelessly demonstrate the formidable power of an Archon?
If that poses a concern, I'm prepared to extend my protection to the audience.
You don't need to go that far.
Ayun na yung lakas nga. Ano ba yung mga pinakita na malakas na Archon? Raiden talaga yung pinakitang malakas na Archon eh. Surely an Archon can at least match the capacities of a human with a vision.
Aren't you the Hydro Archon? Or is it that you can't even wield the power of Hydro, much less the authority of a god?
Indemnitium! Yes! It's all because of Indemnitium! All Archons derive their power from the faith of the people, and I've converted the people's faith in justice into Indemnitium. Thus did I give up all of my divine power to provide everyone with energy for their daily lives. Have you ever seen a more magnanimous god?
Yes! Si A.
Isn't that a huge stretch?
Yeah, no matter how generous an Archon can be, how could they give up all their power? Can a god with no power even still be called a god?
It seems like nobody's buying Farina's excuse.
Hey, come now, everyone. Please don't stare at me as if I was a liar. I'm still the same Farina you knew, right? The one that you loved. Shouldn't you want to believe in me? Please? You've got to believe me.
If what the prosecutor said is true, she really has committed a grave offense.
Did she deceive all of us? And all of our parents and grandparents too? And all of our ancestors? Ever since they were born?
Enough. That's enough. me then. If I'm not the real Hydro Archon, then who is?
The cooking is being burnt.
If you have no evidence of another Hydro Archon's existence, nor can you find anyone who can back up their claim to be such, then what grounds have you to say that I'm not actually the real deal?
Wow, she came up with yet another argument. How can we refute her now? Seems like she really doesn't want to give up.
If we can't prove that she isn't the Hydra Archon, we can try to prove that she is just a human. And if she's only a human... Infusion of... Fortress. Salt Bay to the rescue. Sakma!
That doesn't sound right. Paimon doesn't think this clue can be used as compelling evidence to build our...
Talaga? Okay. Okay. Wait. Navia falling into seawater. Well, this doesn't... Huh. Young woman. Wait, ito muna. Oh, scam.
That doesn't sound right. Paimon doesn't think...
Pangalawa. Okay. Okay.
It has been established that all Fontanians can dissolve in water from the primordial sea. And that means...
Since you insist on claiming to be a god and not a human, then there's a method that you can use right here and now to eliminate all suspicions of you being the latter.
Miss Navia, please apply to serve as a temporary attorney for the prosecution before addressing the court. Though you act in partnership with the prosecutor, you must still adhere to proper procedure.
Super sorry, Monsieur Chief Justice.
It's a super sorry.
I swear this really will be the last time that I'll speak out of turn. Now, I've brought some seawater from Poisson. As everyone knows, a massive flood struck the area not long ago, taking many lives, including those of some of my closest friends. So, Miss Farina, would you dare to touch some of this seawater?
Oh.
If we are to believe that you are indeed the real Hydro Archon, touching this seawater would have no effect on you. All it should do
Side
is
mo, may
strengthen
nagsasend
your
pa ng
case.
no code sa loob. Diyos ko ka.
But if you don't dare to touch it, then we would have basically proved the reverse. Oh, and I must remind you that after the disaster at Poisson, nobody wants to see any more people dissolve. I do hope you'll act prudently and choose the simpler path of admitting guilt.
Navia from the Spina di Rasula. The Spina has governed Poisson for many years. I guess her
Ba't may no
suggestion is
code? Yun na nga eh.
If Lady Farina is indeed just a human, she's probably Fontanian like all the rest of us. Would she really dare to try?
Side mo, hawakan niya.
Friends. OSHT, here we go again.
Here we go.
Lady Farina, this test has been unilaterally proposed by the prosecution. As it falls outside the realm of standard court proceedings, you possess the right to decline participation.
Well, of course he had to tell her that. But refusing to participate is basically the same as a confession of guilt.
She's just staring at the
Code
water
yan para
without
sa
saying a
game.
single word.
Ulul.
It really does seem like she's quite terrified of it.
What's going on? Is she really planning to... that's not what we thought she would...
Due to the inherent risk of the test, Lady Farina, you may...
Putang ina, sinave na. Diyos ko ka. Wait, what?
Hey!
I'm fine! Look! Look at me, everyone! My hand is still here! I haven't been dissolved! Will you believe me now? I really am your Archon! I'm nothing like a normal human who would fall apart as soon as they touch this water! Really? Was this not the most obvious thing in the world?
Kahit mo, gabi lang daw gumagana yung sakit nyo sa ulo.
Miss Siegewing? If you are present, Miss Siegewing, please come forward and attend to the defendant.
Siegewing?
Don't be nervous. It'll just take a few seconds. Let me see. That should be enough.
Please announce the results of your evaluation to the court, Miss Siegewing.
As everyone doubtlessly saw, Miss Farina was displaying symptoms of hyperventilation and flushed skin. These indicate that she was experiencing the adverse effects of exposure to primordial seawater. The extent to which she was affected is the same as other humans when exposed to primordial seawater of a similar concentration.
Thank you, Miss Siegewing. Lady Farina, you may return to the defendant's stand.
Oh, wait. What did she just say? I didn't get dissolved. Shouldn't that be enough to prove my innocence?
Well, considering your tendency to run from your problems, we did originally prepare a direct sample of the seawater around Poisson. However, after extensive discussion, we exchanged it for a sample that is not concentrated enough to dissolve an actual human. After all, on the off chance that something entirely unexpected might occur.
Ano raw? O parang sa Steam lang, share controller ba? Kaso lalaki lang pwede mong kako. Nakakatakot naman yun.
Anyone else to lose their life to the same.
Yeah, so out of regard for Farina's life, you secured a low concentration sample and asked the head nurse to serve as an expert witness. It's a great thing that the direct sample wasn't actually used. Farina could have...
I can't believe... You...
What is really going on here? Farina can't have known that consequence of touching the water as human. It's not unlike how she not usually act, unless it's actually more important to her to keep up to her facade than saving her own life. Ooh, but hasn't she given up? Long
Listen to
time
me! Listen to me, everyone! Please don't give me such cold and disdainful looks! What happened just now didn't prove a single thing! Think about it! How can you conclusively prove that an Archon can't also be affected by the primordial seawater? Also, if I was really just a human, why would I dare to just put my hand in that kind of water?
Bakit mo matry mo nga muna yung Tekken 8 galing sa favorite na webs? Saan mo parang Rule 34 yan ah.
Please,
The
everyone,
cooking is now cooking.
listen to me! I swear, I really am your Archon!
Overwatch tayo, Paps. Saan mo?
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone. The odds are just too stacked against her now.
With all the things that have been said, Paimon doesn't think there's any way left for Farina to win.
Saan mo, Pete Girl? May Pete Girl dyan? Oh, siya alert muna ako. Liga lang. Check out. Saan ito? Pampainit sa tanghali ba yan? Malamig pa.
I believe the time for arguments and presentation of evidence has come to an end. If there are no objections, we will move on to the final judgment.
The oratrice, the cynic.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone. She's too stacked against her now.
Ang lamig sa Laguna, hindi ka ba? Hindi na, sir.
In my capacity as Chief Justice, I shall now render judgment on Farina's misrepresentation of herself as the Archon of Fontaine. As a human who knowingly deceived her fellow citizens, Farina is guilty.
Oh, sheesh! Wait, ano raw? Ang lamig sa Laguna. Ma-double check nga yung codes din. Baka hindi bumalik si Renz. Saan mo? Na-try Tekken 8 sa favorite website para ma-sure ko na gusto. Ano gusto ko ba siya? Saan pa may ganun pa ba? Well, if you're a fan of fighting game, why not buy it, diba? And if you have the budget, why not?
We shall now turn to the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal to render the final verdict on the charges.
Type mo yung main dish.
According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal, Farina is...
Well, what's wrong? What's the Oratrice's verdict?
No, the Oratrice also displays a guilty verdict.
Isn't that correct then?
However, the exact wording of the verdict is thus. The Hydro Archon, guilty.
Ooh.
To be punished via the death sentence.
Oh, sheesh.
The death sentence?
That's actually one of the available sentences? I've always thought that it was just a myth.
The one and only time the death sentence has been handed out at the court, and it's been given to the very person we've worshipped as the god of justice? What an unexpected twist.
Let her cook.
Ang lakas naman ng hayop na yun.
Farina's been sentenced to death by the Oratrice? We just wanted to use the trial to show her the seriousness of things so she'd tell us the truth. How did things escalate this quickly?
This outcome is indeed quite strange. According to Fontaine's current definitions of justice, as well as its recommendations for criminal sentences, is this sentence really appropriate for the crimes that have been committed?
Yeah, even Vache wasn't sentenced to death by the Oratrice. You know, the real evil mastermind behind the serial disappearances case.
Instead of Farina, the Oratrice rendered the judgment on the Hydro Archon.
Indeed. Not only is Farina's sentence overly excessive, the very point of our trial today was also to prove that Farina has never been the Hydro Archon in the first place. But now, the Oratrice seems to have deliberately invoked the title of the Hydro Archon. What does this mean?
What does this mean, Omuraisu?
Excuse me, if I may interrupt. Is the trial still going?
Fremine!
The cook has never been
Finally made
smelled
it.
this good.
I assume this means you've completed your mission?
Visit ka.
Mm-hmm. Any mission Father assigns to me will always be top priority.
With some help, other the Batui from an adverse slate.
Is that the first prophecy slate? Huh. So the knave privately arranged for Fremine to try and find the missing slate.
I looked everywhere and finally found it at the bottom of the sea. It took me a long time to get around some dangerous stretches of water. But has the trial already concluded? Then doesn't that mean I've come too late? Oh no. Father will be disappointed in me.
It's still not too late for you to shine.
Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Fremine. Please allow me to review the record left on the slate.
Yung Archon?
I believe that you have already seen the other existing slates, and would like you to come here and confirm their contents.
Huh? So what do you see? What is it?
This looks like the previous Hydro Archon released her divine power, turning the Oceanid into human beings. Oh.
I believe I've now made sense of the Hydro Archon's crime. It has to do with Fontaine's lost history.
They say father, but in reality she a hot mama.
True. She is indeed a hot mama. Wait nga, ba't ang lakas ng hayop na yun? TTS. Lipat ko lang ha. Sakit sa tenga ng TTS.
Huh? Isn't the Hydro Archon just guilty of deceiving her people? Oh, wait, no, that's Farina, and we've already proven that she's not the Hydro Archon. So when you say Hydro Archon, do you mean the real Hydro Archon we've been kinda talking about?
Ah, okay. So yung mga tao is legit na Oceanid na ginawang tao. Then, pag naano sila ng hydro ng tubig is bumabalik lang sila sa true form nila. Oh, okay.
In truth, everything that you've encountered in Fontaine up until this point can be traced back to the contents of these stone slates. However, I'm uncertain as to how much sense they currently make to you.
Association between the content of the slates and the real life event.
Let's try to recall the contents of the other 3 stone slates. Paimon will do her best to help you remember.
Okay. Select this to select the description of stone slate extracting information from here. You can find the scenario related to stone slate's content and okay. As verification to continue, okay. When you find it, okay.
The first stone slate describes what you just said. It seems to show the previous Hydro Archon using her divine power, and then the Oceanids turn into humans. Does that mean that Fontanians are transformed Oceanids? Oh, Paimon wasn't expecting that. But if Oceanids can turn into humans, then perhaps this process can be reversed as well.
True.
The second stone slate shows Celestia floating in the sky, and the Hydro Archon and her people worshipping it together. But the heavens still brought judgment down upon them. This must be the point when the Hydro Archon and the Fontanians were branded with their original sin. Does this mean that the original sin and the Hydro Archon sin are the same thing? The third slate shows the Hydro Archon sinking into the sea surrounded by many people. That reminds Paimon, didn't we also watch that happen to someone else? Well, the fourth slate is the prophecy the Fontanians have been talking about. People dissolving into the sea, the Hydro Archon crying on her throne, and so on. We didn't believe that such a crazy disaster could happen at first, did we? But after that incident, it was just a question of when and not if.
It shows that the former Hydro Archon Di ba ito yun?
We know from the case of the serial disappearances of young women that Fontanians can be dissolved in primordial seawater, and the first stone slate tells us that long ago, the Hydro Archon used her power to turn Oceanids into humans. This might be the reason that Fontanians can dissolve.
Okay. This one is it shows Celestia floating in the sky and the Hydro Archon and her people worshipping it together. But the heavens still brought judgment down upon them. This is the entrance.
That doesn't sound quite...
Hindi!
Perhaps what is about to take place has all happened before. The true sin of the Hydro Archon that
hello,
mentioned,
Kagina,
and the
hello.
original sin cast down on the people of Fontaine by Celestia, as recorded on the stone slates.
Okay. And then this one is it shows the Hydro Archon sinking into the sea surrounded by many people. Entrance.
That doesn't sound...
Ah, hindi!
It's not as simple as falling into the sea. When Navia fell into the sea, her consciousness was subjected to judgment. The stone slates show the people gathered around the Hydro Archon in the sea. Could that be alluding to the same thing?
Possible. The property slate. It shows that the scene is basically identical to describe Fontanians eventually Hydro Weep.
The prophecy from the stone slates found its way into society, but not many people believed it at first. The fortress of Meropide was nearly flooded with primordial seawater, which we know can cause Fontanians to dissolve. It seems increasingly likely that the prophecy may come true. If we hadn't dealt with it in time, things could have gone very badly.
Hello, Kageno. How are you? Yes, it's been a while,
Primordial sea
talaga.
but won't cease to exist, their essence will flow in the seawater, converge, and take the form of an oceanid.
So, binabalik lang sila sa tunay nilang anyo?
The Hydro Archon was sentenced to death in court, shocking everyone present. Perhaps this means that her sin was actually Fontaine's original sin. Navia fell into the water inside those ruins, and she nearly dissolved. She was surrounded by the people of Poisson in a court within her consciousness, and was forced to take part in a trial meant to make her stay. The eruption of the primordial sea at the fortress of Meropide was the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass no matter what. The stone slate's contents can all be verified by recent events. If we combine what we know together, loads of truths should come to light.
Damn. Spoiler alert.
Huh? Oh, Paimon gets it now! So that's how you can make sense of it. But then it feels like we're going to have to share some truly shocking revelations.
Let's hear them.
Fontanians are not real human.
Incredible. Linny, did you hear that?
We're not real humans.
Feline ba is taga-Fontaine?
All Fontanians were originally created by the late previous Hydro Archon, with oceanids as their basis. The evidence for that can be found in how only Fontanians could dissolve in primordial seawater, and how all the girls Vacher dissolved were also turned into oceanids. Oh, and according to Navia, when she was about to get dissolved, she also saw everyone gathered around for a trial, all of them in the shape of oceanids.
Indeed.
The crime of the Hydro Archon was her creation of Fontanian from Oceanid.
Yeah, and it follows from the content of the first slate that she probably angered Celestia by creating humans without prior permission.
Oh.
That could also explain why the Oratrice judged the Hydro Archon to be guilty. It's to account for that ancient sin.
The Hydro Archon's true sin was creating us?
And yet, after many hundreds of years, the Hydro Archon's creations have turned around to try to judge the Archon within the Opera Epiclese. The twists of history are often the most unexpected of all.
Sige lang. Thank you sa pagtambay, Kageno. I'm still convinced that it should come after the fourth slate.
Isn't the image here just like when Navia fell into the sea?
The cook is now entering the depression arc.
Wouldn't it be trying to show the image of the Hydro Archon also falling into the sea once the prophecy has been fulfilled in the fourth slate?
Fulfillment of the prophecy as it's already widely known.
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away. Did Paimon get all that right?
You've made some keen deductions. I must say, given how much you still don't know, it is impressive that you've already managed to connect so many pieces of the truth. However, while you were able to decode all the information on the slates, they've also been etched with an additional layer of hidden information using a different power source. When we were at the ruins, I tried to decipher the hidden information recorded in the slates. But since we only had 3 slates at the time, I was unable to come to a full conclusion. Now that the slate collection is complete, I shall make another attempt to decipher the narrative recorded within. If everything goes well, we should finally be informed of the unadulterated truth.
you get it?
I believe I should share this truth not only with you, but with all the people of Fontaine as well. I will try to briefly summarize it for you. Your hypotheses regarding the origin of Fontainians and the sin of the Hydro Archon were both correct. In the Fontaine of old, the previous Hydro Archon sensed the yearning of her Oceanid familiars for life on land.
Okay.
The Oceanids were enamored with the beauty and romanticism of human beings, and wishing to have those experiences for themselves, expressed to the Hydro Archon their desire to become of a similar kind. However, even though water as an element is intricately linked with the power of life, the Hydro Archon, as one of the seven, did not possess the authority to create a new form of human life.
Ooh.
Not one to give in, she eventually found a way to create permanent humanoid bodies for her familiars by appropriating the power of this planet's primordial sea. She poured primordial seawater into the Oceanids' blood vessels, creating humanoid mimics in the process. But if Fontainians were to ever come into direct contact with water from the primordial sea, the power within their bodies would escape these artificial restraints and return to the sea. As a result, their forms would collapse, and they would be reverted to their original forms as Oceanids.
Okay.
Of course, the Hydro Archon never received permission from the heavenly principles to create a new human race. And thus, the Hydro Archon and all of her creations came to shoulder the original sin of appropriating the power of the primordial sea.
I see.
That is the true history of how the people of Fontaine first came into being.
So we were all Oceanids before we turned into human beings?
That's way too much information for me. I think I'm just going to pretend that I never heard a single thing.
Sumakit ulo niya, gago.
Wait, but if that's the truth, we can't let the Hydro Archon be sentenced to death. After all, her only sin was creating us.
This really might be too much information for your regular Fontainian, but it does answer a lot of our questions.
Alas, your hypothesis regarding the third and fourth stone slates was inaccurate. The slates' respective positions are, in fact, correct.
Ooh.
A key point of the visual on the third slate is how all the individuals depicted in the water are humans rather than Oceanids. They have not been dissolved, which implies that the water depicted in this slate is not water from the primordial sea. The nation of Fontaine is the nation of Hydro, as well as the nation of Trials and Justice. Instead of being the literal element, the water in the scene symbolizes judgment and justice. You may also recall Navia's experience. When she fell into the sea, her consciousness was surrounded by that of many others who intended to hold a trial to determine her fate. Therefore, the meaning of the third slate is that the people of Fontaine shall try the Hydro Archon at the court of justice.
Oh, okay.
Yes, it refers to our present situation.
Same nung ginangyari kay Navia nung nahulog siya. I see.
I think I'm following now. So, what you're saying is, even though we decided to put on this trial to avoid fulfilling the prophecy, in truth, everything we've done has happened exactly as the prophecy foretold. So now, it seems, we're the ones making sure it comes true.
What should we do?
It feels like there's no way out of this.
No matter what, the prophecy will be fulfilled. Is this what it feels like to be a prisoner of fate?
If that's the case, does that mean the scene in the fourth slate will also be fulfilled soon?
Traveler, I would like to point out another small fallacy in your deductions. About the fourth slate, you probably thought that the eruption of primordial seawater beneath the fortress of Meripede served as the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass, yes?
No.
However, I believe that rather than being a sure sign, that eruption could in fact only be a small warning of something far worse to come. As for the root cause of the catastrophe, I believe you've already encountered it once before.
The ultimate proof.
This eruption was just a small warning of the things to come. We must find the root cause of the disaster.
Hmm.
It was both dream and reality.
If we're talking about a true culprit, that could only be that thing inside the primordial sea, right?
The truth, the original sin, the trial, and the root cause of the disaster.
Side, mga kalabanan natin yung Elden Ring na boss. Ano ba yan? Sana ito na yan. Oh. Burst! Burst! Gago! Burst! Oh, tang. Ina. Saan mo si Chell yung kalaban? Charge attack na gago. Dahil? Okay, mga kalaban natin yung Balyana. Let's fucking go!
That was way too close! How did that thing just burst into the opera house? Wait, was that the huge whale you saw in your dream?
I'd wager that is also the one that a child saw when he
Spoiler
was...
me sang character Diana in a Bang & Co.
So we've met it at last.
Diba? Si Smirk? Si
I
Skirk?
understand very well why it is chosen to make an appearance here.
What? Ang lakas pa rin ng punyetang... Oh my god. Narang kailangan ko ata ilipat yung TTS na yun. Sobrang lakas lagi. Lagay natin sa... System, I think? Hindi. Kung pwede ilagay ito. Sound effects. Tapos, sound effects, sound effects, sound effects. Try nga natin ulit. Wait lang, masyado malakas yung TTS.
AA.
Okay. Tayo. Masyado masakit sa tenga eh.
That whale does not belong to Tevat. It is a monster that has traversed the stars, weeping all the while.
Really?
It has been greedily consuming the energy from the planet's primordial sea, using it to grow. That is the main cause for the rising sea levels. And once it has finished consuming all of the energy contained within the sea, its next step will be...
You said that when the Hydro Archon first created Fontanians out of Oceanids, she filled their blood vessels with primordial seawater.
Precisely. That whale finds the blood of Fontanians nigh impossible to resist.
Okay. Yung whale yung kakain sa mga tao. Oh!
Therefore, when it left the primordial sea, it decided to make its next stop a packed opera house full of food. Food in the form of Fontanians.
We just barely managed to push it back, right? In that case, won't it come back to target the people again once it's managed to recover its strength?
That is correct. Indeed, it is more accurate to say that we should thank that Harbinger for buying us some time. Without him, the whale would have likely come onto land far sooner. From the way he looked, he must have been fighting the creature for quite a long time.
That battle maniac.
That battle
We
maniac.
had a special connection with that whale, but we definitely didn't expect it to help us out like this. Anyway, Now that we know that this whale is the actual cause of the disaster recorded in the prophecy, all we need to do to stop the prophecy would be to find a way to beat it up, right?
It is too late. It had already absorbed too much of the primordial sea's energy before we could notice it. At this point, it has become practically integrated with the sea itself. Even if the entirety of Tevat were to be destroyed, it could still survive and swim off towards some other world.
That's not something I will accept.
Ulul, tumimik ka. Ushinid ka lang. Ay, sorry.
We've already done everything we can, and we even found the true culprit. We've come so far. You can't just tell me that the last hurdle is some impossible foe. That's just not fair.
Indeed, that's not how a grand performance should end.
I'll fight it to the end, no matter what.
Umurais. Umurais. No.
So the prophecy will be fulfilled no matter what, huh?
The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the history of the future.
Everything. Is it turned out like this? We couldn't fight against fate. Wait. But if this is all about fate.
Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, could things be happening in hidden corners where the gods' gaze does not fall? Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Tevat's future. All you need to do is to play your part.
Could it be that even if the prophecy will be fulfilled, there will still be a way to save everyone? Oh, labanan natin! Wait, I forgot about Farina. What was it she said to me? What is her real secret? Baka alagaan yung whale, pre. Could it be?
What's happening with the aura trees?
I believe it is preparing to carry out the death sentence.
Oh.
Farina! No, I still need answers.
Holy shit, si Fossalor. Oh, footsies.
You.
Sorry. That shocked expression on your face is just too amusing. I couldn't help myself.
You are not Farina. Who are you?
Ang tunay na
The
Fossalor.
sweet sound of bewilderment. Marvelous. A sure sign that my attempt to deceive everyone was a resounding success. But to answer your question, I am Fossalor. You know, the god.
Fossalor. Why did you deceive us?
Oh, that wasn't my goal, of course. Goodness, no. But I had to fool everyone else too, if I was to stand any chance of deceiving the heavenly principles.
Deceiving the heavenly principles?
It's all because of that pernicious prophecy. Dreadful, wasn't it? Everyone doomed to dissolve. Fontaine condemned to be flooded. One was not amused. In fact, one was positively bemused when that problem was thrust
Ba, walang
upon
dibdib?
me
Ay,
by my dearest predecessor. That's the former Hydro Archon Egeria for the uninitiated. It hardly gets more disastrous than a preordained national catastrophe, now does it? She knew full well that the prophecy would surely come to pass. And as one of the seven, she also knew full well that one defies the heavenly principles at one's peril. So yes, as you have no doubt surmised, it was a rather impossible situation that I found myself in. I spent a terribly long time mulling it over, alone on the ocean floor. And I was almost growing barnacles by the time I finally realized there was only one possible solution to this confounding conundrum. I had to outwit the heavenly principles, allow the prophecy to be fulfilled, ostensibly at least, while saving everyone at the same time. I'm a genius, I know. I can only assume that's why Egeria chose me as her successor. Although, looking back now, it was hardly the inheritance one dreams of. Between the task of saving the nation, the quotidian duties of the Hydro Archon, and not to mention the original sin of creating a new race of humans, I dare say she left me quite a colossal mess to clean up.
Nigeria pala may kasalanan eh.
But one can only play the hand one is dealt. I did not choose this, any more than I chose to be one of her Oceanid familiars.
Ooh.
So you were also once one of the Oceanids, transformed into a human by Egeria's hand.
Yes, I was. I always dreamed of becoming human. And I still do, even now. In my eyes, to be human is to be part of the greatest opera ever known. After becoming a god, I separated my divinity from my body and spirit, leaving behind only a self that was as naive and bewildered as my past self on her first day as a human being. The me you see before you now is that divinity. And the human counterpart I left behind, I named Farina. She could feel joy, sorrow, and everything in between. She could be as vain and conceited, or as meek and vulnerable as she wished. Her strengths were of a kind only a human could possess, as were her shortcomings. But in my eyes, Farina's humanity was what made her perfect. She was perfectly human in every way. The person I always wanted to be. Anyway, so then I cursed her.
What the fuck?
All part of the plan, of course. The plan to deceive the heavenly principles. Do you still remember the final scene of the prophecy? The Hydra Archon alone, weeping on her throne. In order that the prophecy might appear fulfilled, I invited Farina to be an actress, to play the part of the Hydro Archon in the prophecy. Under the curse I placed on her, so long as I, Focalor's divinity, continued to exist, she could not die. But nor was she free to live her life in the pursuit of happiness. Instead, she was forced to take the stage in the opera house, to embrace the role of leading lady, to forever play the part of the god from the prophecy, all to create a deceitful appearance of that prophecy coming to pass. I suppose now you probably understand why your court is called the Opera Epiclese.
But Farina is only human, isn't she? Even though she has had a long life, her mind is no stronger than that of any other ordinary human being. I cannot begin to fathom what she has had to endure. It must have been torture for her.
It has indeed. And although she is, in a sense, me in human form, I most definitely owe her an apology for it. It's been 500 years, and all along, She's been playing her part in the most unimaginably long, unbearably lonely, and agonizingly painful opera of all time.
Damn. I came to contact with Farina's tears. I remember correctly, tears often. Wait. It's sufficiently strong hydrosensitivity can form emotional connection in just I did an ocean in fountain. Wait, this could be Farina's inner world. If she's going on stage, the moment is probability isn't Farina. That's like the reflection of her inner self. I can directly speak to her, that self, and I might be able to easily get what I wanted to know. I came here for an answer. Either way, this opportunity is not to be missed. Let me try talking to her. Okay. May chest ba dito? Wala.
The wind knows me.
Bitch. Bitch, I'm stylish.
Oh? Who permitted you to come onto this stage? Now, I understand your admiration for my august self, but I must ask you to keep to the rules. All right. It is not my intent to reprimand you. There is no need to state your name.
Don't
Just
look
be
at me.
off with you. Do not distract me from my performance. Oh, do not jest. Can you not feel it?
Please, only for 1 second.
I am Focalor. The eyes of countless Fontanians are upon me. I must, at all times, display the utmost elegance
Okay.
and nobility.
So yung sinasabi sa taas is yung totoong sinasabi niya. Okay. I get no to her, even if her heart of she's still playing the role of Hydro Archon. What sort of resolve must she use in herself and subconsciously would have the internal defense? Huh. Turn up the spotlights.
Time to go.
Dear audience, the performance is experiencing a technical difficulty, but worry not. The guards shall resolve it soon enough.
One with wind and cloud.
I see everything. Emerge, right now. Nothing lasts forever.
Bitch.
Hey, what gives? The audience is still watching me, you know. Guards? Wait, where are the guards? Guards!
Emerge, right here.
What a nuisance.
Deads. Wait, Yummy Miko. Set mo Yummy! That's all the spotlights turn. Oh, in Farina's heart, they must have been symbolized the eyes of people on her. Speaking of which, I think I just received some sort of signal. Was that her true voice? A ticket. When did I end up here? Golden ticket. Site mo, makakapasok na sa factory ni Willy Wonka. Either way, it looks like the show is about to begin. Can't they show me how the program feels? Scene 1. Before a mirror, Farina. Ano naman tao? Hindi siya pwede tumakbo.
Farina.
Huh? Who's that? Who's calling me? Where are you?
Be not nervous. Be not afraid.
Ticket para sa recto.
I
Yes,
am
sir.
before you.
Wait a moment. You're mirror me? How can this be?
Mirror you, huh? You know what? That's not bad. Let's go with that.
Mirror me. What do you wish to say?
The prophecy. Have you heard of it?
Ninong.
What prophecy?
Ayoko na magtrabaho.
Wait,
Ay, sana all my
I
work.
know. I think. I don't know
Hirap
why,
eh.
but it's
Paturo-turo lang.
in my head somehow.
Sana all.
The people will all be dissolved
dito,
into
dito
the
gawin.
waters. And
Hindi
only
na
the
nakaka-stress.
Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne. Only
Baka
then
mahirap
will the
mangsulsul.
sins of the people of
Susultan
Fontaine
nga eh.
be washed
Diba?
away.
Kaya susultant eh. Kaya susul na mga kongresista eh.
Very good. You know it well.
What's going on? I can't seem to remember anything clearly. The only thing I know for sure is this prophecy. Will it really come to pass?
Yes, it will. And that is why I've come to you. Disaster will come to Fontaine sooner or later. Things will develop
Si best
just
friend. Oo,
as
si
the
best friend yan.
prophecy declared. There is no
Wait,
escaping
what the
it.
fuck? Ano daw to? By the way, yung plan sa Smart last year patapos yun kaso nagbibill pa din. Keep ko sana yung number for my work then this month and next bill bayaran. Ano raw? Wait, may nag-message sa akin. Ayaw ko basahin sa phone. Wait lang. Wait lang, guys. Wait lang, pause. What is this? By the way, yung plan sa Smart last year ko tapos yun nagbibill pa din. Keep ko sana yung number for my work then this month. The next bill, babayaran ko na siya. Kumuha kasi ako ng sarili ko. Nag-try ako stop sa Smart ng plan and yung bill kaso need daw yung owner. Para clear lang din yung bills and Smart under your name. Thank you for letting me use your account sa Smart. Ano oras na ba?
145.
1:45. Current amount due na lang siya pero sure ako na end of February magbibill pa siya. So pati yung tapusin ko na bill. Nagre-reflect na 100 pesos na lang yung unbilled charge. I'll work on it tomorrow. Wow, that's fine. What is this? I'll work on it tomorrow. That is. No, that you. Okay, yun lang. I think that's done. Let's continue.
But doesn't that mean everyone will die? I'm a Fontainian just like them. Will I dissolve too?
Oh, don't worry. Magical meetings exist in this world precisely to give people a chance to turn things around. It is the reason why you met me today. I will tell you how to save everyone, but you may have to suffer somewhat.
Oh, so there's still hope after all. Goodness, you frightened me. You spoke so much and with so much certainty. As for the suffering, well, I will admit that the first thing that came to mind was Why do I have to be the one to suffer? But if the prophecy will come true, I'll also die anyway, right? So if I've already met you as my magical meeting in this world, if there were scales, with all the people of Fontaine on one side and my pain on the other, is it not obvious where the scales should tilt?
You truly are the perfect human. My ideal. I suppose this would also be the justice that belongs to you.
Huh?
Don't worry, it's nothing. Listen well. Fontaine has just lost its Hydro Archon. I need you to play a role. That of the new Archon.
Play as a god?
That's right. You must begin a never-ending masquerade. You must never let anyone suspect your identity. If you can keep it up, then I shall have my way of defying this prophecy. But should your identity be revealed, then all hope will be lost.
But how will I do this? A human assuming the role of a god without being exposed.
Don't worry. What you must do is not to turn yourself into a real god. You simply need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be. Being a human yourself, I'm sure you already know what such an entity would be like. Remember, your true challenge will not be pursuing divinity, but contending against humanity.
I'm still not sure I understand, but I'll try. I'll try to do this. So, how long am I going to have to play this role?
To accomplish this mission, you will have to stay on the stage for many, many years. You will endure and not grow old until your task ends. But I promise you, all will eventually end in a magnificent and dramatic trial, and everyone will be saved.
A trial, huh? How exciting. I'll be looking forward to it.
Ooh. Scene 2. Speech of Arena. Nawala yung upuan doon sa taas. Hindi, nandun pa din.
The Maison Cardinalise has announced my accession, but this is my first time facing the people. What should I say to most appear like a god? To be honest, I still don't know. Perhaps I should first try to act natural. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening, and welcome to the Opera Epiclese. I'm sure you've all heard about how I have taken on the role of Hydro Archon. Indeed, I am Verena de Fontaine, your new Archon. In truth, I know little about becoming a nation's new god, but it will be my honor to guide you all. As the god Focalor, the god of justice, I shall do all within my power to lead you into an age of fairness and justice. Once again, thank you all for coming. If you should have any questions or suggestions, please send them to the Maison Cardinalise. The future of Fontaine will require us to work together, after all. This should do it. I thought I might stammer, but thankfully, I was able to convey my thoughts just fine. Okay, and next.
That's the new Hydro Archon. Is this some kind of joke by the Maison? I would have thought that a being that surpasses humanity would be a bit more assertive.
Hey, did you hear that? She even told us to send her suggestions there at the end.
Shouldn't gods be all-powerful? She's being so modest. What's the difference between her and an ordinary person, then?
If you ask me, perhaps the succession didn't actually happen. She might just be a maison-back puppet.
Wait, what's going on? Why is everyone suspecting me of being a fake? Oh, this is bad. If I get exposed here, there'll be no saving the people from the prophecy. Right. Mirmi said that I just need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be. Calm down, Farina. Think. What do the people want? How would they imagine a god to speak and act? Assertive, with a strong sense of presence. One who can dispel all doubt. That is the character I'm fated to play.
Okay. So aware din pala siya. Okay.
Oh, very good, my people. Only ones such as you are deserving of my rule. Now, I was wondering if some weak puppet were to one day come onto the stage and claim ownership of this opera house, would the children of Fontaine follow them? Well, it seems that you would all see right through them. Having passed my test, you are qualified to witness wondrous trials alongside my august self, here in this opera house. You may consider my previous act a door gift of sorts. I thought it was a debut that suited the atmosphere. Now then, let us be reintroduced.
Ah, so that was just a performance. How could I have forgotten that we were inside an opera house?
Personality? It's quite shocking, to be honest, but I suppose it's a better look than before.
Such a fascinating and bold deity. How wonderful! Our future may yet be bright after all.
It seems I've turned them around. Best follow this flow and restart my accession speech. My dear people, whether you acknowledge me or not, whether you trust me or nay, I say to you, keep faith in your ardor for justice. We have heard it said that this nation's sins can no longer be washed away. Well, I say that justice is most fragrant when it blooms amid sin.
Turn up the drama.
The scales of justice should not weigh heavy in the hands of its God. On one side, it must carry fairness and justice. And on the other, praise and applause. May law be the prayer on our lips. May judgment be our worship. Let us light the fires and drink to the future of Fontaine. There is no trouble in this world that justice cannot solve. All that is needed is for you, my people, to believe in it, heart and soul. So long as I, the Archon Focalor, stand within the Opera Epiclese, so long as I stand before the Oratrice, I shall even judge the gods of this world!
Okay. Opera House, Farina. What? Ang haba naman ito.
Lady Farina, here are today's case reports, as well as a summary of the follow-up for your perusal.
Come now, was I not just at the Opera House in person? Leave these kinds of things to Neuvillette. Besides, none of these trials were the one that I'm looking forward to the most.
If I may be so impertinent, what kind of trial are you truly looking forward to?
A magnificent, dramatic, and wondrous trial. A trial to end all things. How could you hope to understand?
That's true, I fear I lack the ability to grasp your divine thought, Lady Archon.
No need for fright, and do not take what I said before too seriously. Go now, do your duties. The trial I await. It will come one day.
Ang haba ng quest.
Lady Farina, I don't know what to say. Thank you for agreeing to see me.
No need to thank me. Rather, thank your own sense of perseverance instead. Long have you stood in line to meet me, have you not? Oh, I'm afraid that's just an inevitable consequence of my divine charm. All right. Deuteria, is it? How is your son's illness?
You remembered me, and you knew of my family, too. He is doing much better now. In fact, he is far more of an ardent believer than I. He was the one who forced me to seek an audience with you, and to bring your words back to him.
Oh, good. Very good. If this should happen again in the future, please do not hesitate to come and tell me. Going down to citizens' homes every so often, while not usual practice, should serve as a fine change of pace.
You're such a gentle and wise god. Thank you once again, on behalf of my son.
Okay. May kama dito, Gagi. Nice, ah.
Lady Farina, here are the latest hydrological reports. As for the specific parameters you asked to take note of, I'm afraid things still don't look good.
I see. It's as I thought, then. As your god, I did already expect this, but I wanted to see how far your human wisdom would allow you to analyze it. All manner of signs indicate that the prophecy will still come to pass. Forget it. That's not something you need to worry about right now.
Well, as I understand it, the Fontaine Research Institute is also trying to find a way to counter the rising water levels.
Really? Have they found anything?
I'm afraid that they haven't found any effective solution thus far.
Is that so? Well, no wonder. This issue has reached the realm of the gods, after all. Still, their spirit is praiseworthy.
Then, last one, I guess.
The day is finally over. I haven't had a moment to breathe this whole time, but it's good to see that everything's getting on track. There are no longer any voices of suspicion. Maybe this is fine. I just need to keep going, and everyone will be safe. All right, Farina, don't think too hard about this. You need rest. Tomorrow's a new day.
Fourth scene, Upper House Farina.
Lady Farina, here are the new trial reports for the latest cases, as well as a summary of the follow-up.
There'll be no need for that. I've seen them already. There's no need to go back over scenes I've witnessed in person before.
Lady Farina, I've waited so long for this chance to see you in this manner.
Indeed, my dear, loyal citizen. This joyous moment is an honor for us both.
Okay, paulit-ulit lang.
Lady Farina, we're detecting significant hydrological anomalies near Poisson.
Understood. Keep monitoring. Keep me informed should anything come up at the Institute. I don't think I let anything slip today. I must show the people that there is nothing to worry about. I just don't know when these days will end. I feel utterly exhausted. Best to rest early today, too.
Puta. What?
Lady Farina, it's it's like a dream being able to speak with you up close like this. I've heard that the first member of our family who was honored to receive an audience with you was Madame Deoteria, almost 20 generations ago.
And what a fine family yours is indeed. It brings me great joy to meet such a faithful believer, a descendant of a line most ardent.
Pagod na siya, puta.
Surely you exaggerate, Lady Farina. My lady?
What is it, good citizen?
Are you crying?
Uh-huh. Really now? I didn't even notice. This must be the overflow of hydro from my person. Well, can't quite help being the god whose dominion is the waters, can I?
No wonder. No wonder. A manifestation of your power, then. Oh, Archon, I am honored to have witnessed it.
The
Honored
fuck?
indeed.
Pagod na siya, gago.
So interminable.
Oh.
So lonely. Just how much longer? Hundreds of years must have passed by now. Perhaps the show must go on for hundreds more. I never imagined that it would hurt so much. Have I reached my limit? No. Perhaps I reached it long ago. Today I didn't even notice my own tears. I want to tell someone, anyone, about this. But would that not destroy all I've done so far? I've conducted so many investigations across the centuries. But there's not even a sliver of hope that we might break the prophecy. All I can do is keep heart. I must maintain this act. It is the only way to save Fontaine. Please, mirror me. You have to succeed.
Oh.
Farina, you don't have to shoulder this burden alone.
Oh.
Although I don't know what you might be keeping from everyone. Your people are more than willing to share your burden with you.
I didn't think that this scene may replay in our world.
Share my burden. That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone.
But even if your burden doesn't need to be shared, you can still choose to confide in someone. Just share it with me. I'm what you'd call a witness.
A witness? Yes. I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes. In other words, you never belonged here. And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you?
Yes, utusan na spectator.
If that's the case...
Dapat i-share niyan.
I could confide in him, couldn't I? But if things don't play out as expected, the people of Fontaine will be the ones to pay the price. No, Farina. You shouldn't be selfish. But what if it's really alright? Farina, you've worked so hard for so
Di pa din to. Galing na sa favorite website ko. Konti ng seeders.
Just this once. Is it such such an outrageous thing to do anyway.
Oh.
To find someone in whom
Pit
you
girl
can
ba yan?
confide your frustrations and sorrows. Surely, it could not hurt.
Haba nga eh. Haba ng
If
story
you let
quest.
this opportunity slip through your fingers, it might never come by again. Think about it.
Loyalist.
Long
Sana
and
all.
hard.
Why DL when you can you can stream directly? True. Because I don't wanna buy when I'm true. Tama naman.
No, I have nothing to say. I am Farina, the Archon of Fontaine.
Try ko muna then
Everything
decide.
will surely get better.
Pwede eh. Try mo
All
lang.
you need
Mas
to
maganda
do,
yung pag may kalaro.
dear spectator, is to witness my performance until the curtains fall.
Bigyan mo na yung anak mo ng controller, laro na lang kayo. Okay, so di niya pa rin pala sinabi. Ibabato yun. Yun lang. Yung asawa mo, laro kayo. Taken kayo ng asawa mo.
So even Farina doesn't know the truth? You've never once let her in on the full plan?
Yes, it had to be done. To deceive the heavenly principles, you must first deceive yourself. She did very well. If she had let her resolve falter even once in these 5 centuries, Fontaine would have been doomed to the most tragic fate. It seems that trusting humanity
Baka
was the
magkaroon ng
right
player
decision
4.
after all.
I believe that I understand how your deception
Gago.
works. But that is only half the truth, is it not? How would you build on this foundation to save the people of Fontaine? That is the most important thing.
Ah, good. Of course, the Iudex of Fontaine has pinpointed the crux of the issue. I'm sure you've long sensed that the Oratrice is no simple machine, yes?
I've always suspected that it had its own consciousness. And Linny did mention that he heard a human voice within the core chamber. It now seems that that person was you, hidden within the machine all along. Am I right?
And then I became one with the Oratrice, taking Fontaine's gnosis with me. Yes, it would seem so, wouldn't it?
Ooh. Sabi na eh. Di pa kasi ako decided sa T8 kasi di ko ma-enjoy graphics. Sa bagay, pag di mo naman ma-enjoy graphics, wag muna. Pero pag ma-enjoy mo na, laban! Tapos gawa ng live player 4. Ay, sorry. Okay.
Alas, your understanding of this device still lacks sufficient depth. In truth, it is no enactor of justice. It is, in fact, a device created to kill the god of justice.
I beg your pardon?
Hanggang dun sa game lang, gagawa ng player. Ox na.
Oh, you have it. And to
Set
be
mo.
more precise, not only will the Oratrice take down the god of justice, it will also take down the divine throne upon which she has been placed.
The cooking is now cooking.
Did you think I would be the sort to enjoy peaceful repose while Farina suffered? My work over these last 500 years has been to constantly accumulate indemnitium within the Oratrice. But really, some have already discovered that only a small fraction of the energy generated by the device was ever used to provide power to Fontaine. The vast majority had to be accumulated to enact this death sentence.
Ooh. So lahat ng emotions or lahat ng ano yun? Nung parang energy is iniipon para patayin yung Hydro
It
Archon?
was all part of your plan then? Both the trial and the sentence?
Indeed. This power, accrued over 5 centuries, could have sustained Fontainians for millennia had it only been used for that purpose. Almost all of it has now been stored within the Oratrice. But Only power of this magnitude could hope to destroy the Hydro Archon's divine throne, shaking the rules established by Celestia, and breaking through the institution that is the Seven.
So the Oratrice's call for death was for neither Farina nor Focalor, but for the Hydro Archon. The destruction of that divine throne. If I do not misunderstand your intent, you must be...
Returning what's rightfully yours to you, of course.
Oh my god, the true Hydro Archon.
In other words, this was all done to return the authority of the Hydro Archon to the Hydro Dragon of this planet.
But...
Oh, okay.
Oh, what? Getting sad again, are we? The authority of the ancient dragons shall soon be yours once more, O Hydro Dragon Sovereign. And this is the face you make.
all you've done throughout the years is just so you can sacrifice yourself at the very end.
I've never quite seen it that way, you know. Even now, I'm quite pleased at how well my deception worked. Hydro Dragon, don't cry. I must say, had it been within my rights, I would have loved to judge the heavenly principles themselves. Were they not guilty of essentially the same crime? Egeria stole the power of the primordial sea, and the heavenly principles stole the power you ancient dragons possessed. I, for my part, am the god of justice. And is it not just that your original powers should be returned to you? Speaking of justice, I have always believed that justice lies in the process of pursuing human existence itself. So, if the theft of the primordial sea's might was Fontaine's original sin, then, leaving matters of procedural right and wrong aside, the descent of the Fontanians as humans and their right to exist in this world would be Fontaine's original justice. In other words, existence was Egeria's justice, and to me, justice is the continuation of that existence, defying the prophecy and ensuring that Fontaine's people shall live on. That should be the justice enthroned over all others. At this point, we, whether it be myself or all other Fontanians, have shouldered the burden of this sin for far too long. Iudex Nervillet, the highest judge in our land, when you regain your full power as an elemental sovereign, what verdict shall you pass upon us?
So when I was invited to the court of Fontaine to serve as Iudex, I see now that that was your idea too. At last. I now understand the true purpose behind this position. In the beginning, I was uninterested in human existence. But these 5 centuries of living alongside them have gradually brought about mutual understanding between us. And I have even attempted to feel as they feel. You are a devious one, Focalor. Things being as they are, surely you know that I could never declare them to be guilty.
The hour of my execution is almost here. For the sinner, the curtain call has come. I know I may not sound it, but faced with death, I find myself a little afraid. Perhaps this is one thing both gods and humans have in common. Farewell, Nervillet. I hope you've enjoyed the part you played these 500 years.
Yung Haran. Sait mo! Pang R20 na haran, no? Yep.
Hindi pumasok.
Si Chong yun talaga may kasalanan yan eh.
Matagal ka pa makakapunta. Ha 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 ha.
Bakit?
Buong street nga namin inaayos yung kalsada. Like for real, not gonna lie.
Damn.
Hindi nga. Magra-ride ka kami sa Antipolo. So, dadaan lang ako dyan.
Thank you for all you've done.
May
From
testingin
this
lang
moment
ako.
on, please live happily as a human.
Motor.
As I wish we could. So, buhay si Furina, patay si Fossilor. I see.
I, Eudex Nouvelette, hereby declare, people of Fontaine, your sins are forgiven.
Si
Ay,
Chong
JD.
yun talaga may kasalanan nun, pre. Kaya
Ay.
namatay si Furina. Si Fossilor pala.
Gulat na gulat ako.
Damn!
Sige, paki-double check na lang. Ayan.
What just happened? Has the death sentence been carried out?
Ano nilalaro mo?
So, nasa na yun yung noses? Nakinovelet na.
Was that bright light
Okay
some
na
sort
pala,
of
sakto na.
misdirection?
Okay na,
Pero wait lang.
I have a feeling that something
Meron pa tayong
huge just
papatayin.
happened.
Sige, sige.
But
Some
since we're
kind
all
of
still
shitty,
alive and
shitty
haven't
manga.
been resolved, I assume whatever happened was good for us.
It's time to end this. We must mete out punishment to that beast.
Damn! Mali pala tayo ng pinul, Pao! Nudge, mali tayo ng pinul.
Craft ka lang dyan.
Didn't you say just a moment ago that it can't be defeated?
I have gained the strength sufficient to deal with it. Through certain means, I now have the ability to separate the power of the primordial sea
Dragon
from
dance
that creature. We should seize the opportunity to pursue our quarry.
Ang lamig
Traveler,
pa rin, no?
now that the oratories can no longer function,
Malamig
I
din.
require an executor to help me mete out
Yung
justice.
simoy ng hangin, kahit ganito
Yep,
tanghali.
kakalabanin pa natin yung yung Calaban.
The root of the calamities befalling Fontaine, the beast that enacts the prophecy. Its name is
I
the
love you.
all-devouring
I love you too, Renz. Don't worry. Hindi ako makatayo dahil naman hidang-hita ko. Sabi ko sa'yo. Asang tagal ka na.
Yung character mo na yun, kapatid niya
Wisit
nito
ka.
Yung gamit ko.
Come with me, traveler. The hour of execution has come.
Kaya sabi ko sa'yo, may twist yung pull natin
Ako
eh.
yung kambal mo
True.
na
Pero okay lang din.
kasundo.
Sobrang helpful ni Furina sa exploration.
Kapatid ni Raiden.
Bakit kasi puta pinagsabay si Wesley tsaka si Nouvelette. Buisit.
So, next charges, verified.
Dito tayo.
I-open yung gimmick. Sino kaya pala kasi?
Nag-upgrade akong talent.
Already done my best to separate the power of the primordial. Considering the size of the beast, I cannot reach the power source.
Ito pa rin ba yung kanina?
We can find a way to attack it from
Di ko alam eh.
I shall share a part of the ancient dragon. I shall look for an opening there. I can feel its sorrow turning into hostility.
Everyone hold hands. Share my knowledge.
Wala akong dalang ibang karakter. My God. Hindi ko masisira yan. Okay, matagal na laban to. Labang Fontaine. Wala akong dalang Fontaine sa party ko.
Ano binibigay ng battle pass dito? Nakita ko wala, parang wala naman palang binibigay na like item.
My God.
Mahal yun eh. 1,000 battle pass yun eh.
Ayun na! Kakainin na tayo!
Ganun ba yung binibili mo? Chiketa.
Wala, kaya na nahide.
Meron tigil-tigaw 1K eh.
Ah, iba yun. Yung upgrade.
Eh yung hindi upgrade, wala namang ano eh, walang item.
Hindi, may item pa rin every year. Parang
alam mo, iniisip ko yung Palworld, early release pa lang pala. Pag pinurelease yun, magmamahal din yun.
Oh. Fuck! Ah, okay. Tutulungan din pala ang novelet. It's easy as fuck then.
Pagkonte ay...
ano siya?
Yep.
Late game siya.
Two hits lang yae mo? Nah.
Co-op kasi, BG2 hindi naman co-op.
Co-op din, kaso kasi...
Ayan, nag-go burst na!
ng player, trip yung BG3. Tulad mo.
Co-op ba yun?
Oo, co-op yun.
Ah, oo, kaya pala inaaya nung kaibigan ni Purge Cards.
Oh, gago.
Yung jowa nga ng kapatid ko naglalarong Palworld, samantalang hindi naman yung naglalaro talaga.
Oh, na-invite siya niya.
Oo, naglalaro sila.
Galing ah. Palworld ah.
Nakakatawa sila panoorin overcook ko nung isang araw ang putya. Alam mo talagang hindi siya naglalaro computer.
Damn.
Thanks for helping with the sobrang bagal niya gumalaw. Tapos hindi niya kabisado yung controller. Tinitingnan niya pa ako nasan yung letter. Yung gamit kasi controller ko. Tinitingnan niya ako nasan yung X.
Was supposed to be a short private training session for me. I didn't think that my disciple and my master's pet would start brawling.
Pero nakakatuwa yun na sikat naglaro.
Oh, wait. Ito ba yung si Skirk? Smirk?
Wait lang,
Skirk?
balik muna tayo.
Si Skirk? Kasi diba disciple niya si Child? Pero sino yung master nila? What the fuck?
Well, actually, I had a feeling that it would happen at some point, but they bumped into one another earlier than I thought. What a blunder. I suppose I'll have to swing my sword 3 million times as penance.
Wait. Ano element mo? Para siyang hydro.
Ubusin na natin. Ginagamit
Para siyang
ko
hydro
yung
ulit.
resin.
Ako, ginagamit ko pang...
Hindi, yung binibigay na resin.
Who are you exactly?
Kino-consume mo?
Kinukonsume ko. Di ba merong ano?
Ba't naman consume nga mo rin ako? Isa lang.
Pero syempre nagtitira din ako ng... Yung usually na kinukuha ko
I simply did not have anything to say to the weak.
Na binibili. Libre
But
kasi
you,
yun. Parang
on the other hand,
7 days siya.
managed to defeat the all-devouring narwhal without
Shop ba
using
nagbago
power
na
from
ulit?
beyond this
Sinanaalala ko
world.
sinabi
Beyond
ko
this
dyan,
world? Wait, what?
Ah, yes. Nagre-refresh.
Maya sabihin ko sa'yo ano element niya. Talaga ba? Parang hindi naman siya cryo. Baka abyss. Baka abyss, man. Parang si ano?
Wait a minute.
Parang si... What do you call this?
Shop pa.
Shop?
Dainsleif.
So you may speak to me as
Hindi
equal.
ko nga makita yung shop eh.
F3.
Wait, would you take
Try
that?
mo F3.
I have to agree. It's
so
a
F3,
strange use
tapos
of a
may shop
planet's
sa left
primordial waters just to raise an all-devouring
Tapos after
narwhal.
niyan,
Ito.
That kind of power is
then,
wasted
di ba
on it.
merong Paimon
It's not
Sparky?
cooperative. It eats too much.
Click mo
And I have
yung
more important things to do with my
Stardust
time than pet
Exchange.
sitting.
Stardust.
The only thing that creature has
Okay,
going for
tapos
it
Ako yung
is
makikita
its
mo
fate lang
looks.
eh.
All in
Aquid
all,
Fate. Ah,
it
nabili ko na pala
fails
yung
as a
ano mo.
pet.
Intertwine. Kasi usually intertwine talaga.
think you
Ah,
might have missed
refreshing
the
2
point.
days pa. Okay.
The point being.
Feeling ko kaya to, binibili niya to ako in Vine.
Pet almost
binibili
destroyed
ko
an
sa
entire
standard
nation.
banner yan.
So what sort of
Yung
person is
standard
Bili
your
ako
banner.
dalawa.
Angas ng legs nyo.
Dalawa na lang kulang ko eh.
master's
Ayun, pwede ka
master?
mag-pull 10 pulls. Makakuha ka rin doon ng mga
Ha!
weapons.
Oh, right. So
Special
you
skill.
don't know him.
Kaya, matigil
Sorry, I assumed you
Maingay
did.
ba? Maingay
His
ulit
name
yung
is
ano.
Sir
Mainit
Taloji.
eh.
Bertology?
Mainit niya sa inyo?
I
Ate
am
Polo, mainit?
unfamiliar with that name.
Hindi kasi yung kwarto ko walang
The master is
bintana.
insufficiently
ventilation.
famous.
Punta ka dito sa ano. Try mong mag...
How
Ay,
should
sige,
I
try mong
describe
mag...
him then?
Nagre-ritual
Have
ako
you heard of
minsan.
the name The
Aircon na yan.
Foul?
The
Ah, hindi.
foul?
Nagre-ritual
Hindi
ako
naman
Is this a
sobrang
harbinger?
mainit. Mainit
Still
lang kasing
nothing.
headset ah.
Well, how about the visionary?
Hindi, aircon na yan.
Better
Aircon.
familiar then?
Ay, hindi. Hindi ako...
Gold
Mahirap
Vine Daughter?
magpa-aircon sa kwarto ko kasi yung kwarto ko nasa pagitan ng dalawang kwarto.
Ah,
So,
Yes.
malayo.
Oh!
So, nasa...
Wait.
May kwarto sa left and right ko. So, malayo yung magiging ano nung host.
Okay, isang witch? What the
Ay, nung
fuck?
host nung wiring.
So you do know that name.
hindi, it's
To be
type.
honest, I also
Oo.
heard all of those names and
Oo.
titles from my master.
Hindi.
I don't actually know them either.
Oh, yan na.
Skip po.
Hindi, si Albedo G. Pero yung
ano yan? Wait lang.
style niya and shit, parang hindi siya...
Di mo pwede
Ayan,
talaga, di
sacrificial,
mo pwede
ano,
talaga ng
fragment,
bintana
after damaging and
Hindi
falling
siya
light.
Gio, pre.
But I
Ayan.
suppose
Kasi
you
yung
understand now,
likuran
yes?
ko, bahay.
My master is likely
Pero
a
yung
similar
bahay,
sort
hindi
to
naman siya
Rhino.
mataas. Bungalow lang.
They are both pursuing
Pero bawal pa
some
rin
form
yun
of
kasi, di
perfection.
ba?
Para siyang cryo.
Pwede ko nang
You
i-refine
also
yung ibang
mention a
weapons na...
visionary
bawal?
person? Paimon didn't quite catch their
Ah,
name.
maglalagay ka ng
Actually, never
bintana
mind
na
that.
katapat dun sa
I
property
believe it
nila.
expedient to
Kahit
inform you
hindi naman, kahit bungalow
that
pa
the
lang bahay nila.
all-devouring narwhal used up
Hindi,
nearly
pwede
all its
naman.
strength fighting you.
Yung
Hmm.
Such
sacrificial
roiling
fragment
hydro
na yan,
energies will
ginagamit
prove
ko usually
difficult for
kay,
the planet's
kay
deep seas to
Sucrose.
Pwede
digest.
naman.
Kasi ang mangyayari,
As
bibilis
such,
yung cooldown
the
ng
Fontaine
elemental
back on the
skill.
surface
So,
has
ang
most
mangyayari kay
likely been
Sucrose,
thrown into
makakapagdalawang
chaos.
first skill, elemental
Ang
skills.
bawal lang
Kaya nga itsura pa lang parang cryo na eh.
ng kabila, nung walang paalam.
May pagka-hydro pero more on cryo eh.
In other
Yung
words,
dating. Parang
the
hiwala yung
prophecy
sprite.
that you've been fretting over should now be in
So,
full
at
swing.
rank 5, may 80% chance siya na mag-M1C cooldown.
No.
Saan ko gagamitin yung weapon na nakuha
It's
ko?
natural after all. The prophecy will surely
Yan,
come
pwede
true.
ko
We knew this and accepted it. However,
Not to worry.
Basahin mo yung ano.
Focalor has
Yung isa.
already managed to deceive
After
the
damaging
heavenly
opponent,
principles.
yan. Ang elemental skill, may 40% chance.
In the
siya
end, the people will all
Hindi
be
ba kailangan
dissolved
ito
into
na
the
energy
waters,
recharge? Ito
and
yung
only
energy
Farina
recharge.
will remain,
Saka mo na lang ano yung
weeping
kapag
on her
marami.
throne.
Kasi pag rank 5, ang stats
Damn!
80% chance. 80% chance siya sa rank 5 tapos 16 seconds cooldown.
yung nga, di ba? Parang cryo.
Then, will the sins of the people of
Edi sayang
Fontaine
mo energy
Hindi,
recharge.
yun
be
na lang muna
washed
gawin.
away?
Ano to nag-enhance? Ah, ito.
Ayan. Yun na lang muna gamitin mo.
Wait, what? Ba't nakalubog yung... Ha?
Level 60. Paano kaya ito nag-level 60?
Ano pala yun? Ayan
Ito
din.
pala ito. Asan ko?
Yan naman ang isa sa dedicated.
Auto-add. Auto-add.
Bilis ng bangka in fairness.
For the long run naman yung mga pag makuha mo na yung
Tight mo, nakalubog na yung fontaine.
Napatay ko yan. Kaya kahapon nakabukas yung
Yep, Noah's Ark. Let's go! Noah's Ark, papi. Ni Ray Wesley. Angas.
All hands initiate emergency rescue.
Mga convict yung mga ano, mga tutulong. Damn.
Kasi yung Soli yung ano.
yung solo.
Rice pala.
Pwede mo siyang i-refine. Pag may mga damaging weapons, i-refine. Try mo i-refine yun.
Ano gagawin?
Ni Ben and Try.
Ano gagawin?
Sa refine. Okay, so pagka-refine,
Tignan mo to. May helmet ng pang-diver, hindi ginagamit.
Wala naman eh.
max current level. Kailangan mo muna pala siya
Look! The water's receding!
Ayan, try mo. Nice. F5. Click mo yung plus. Wala siyang
It's a miracle! The water's receding. We didn't
parang
dissolve.
ipapakain mo
The
yung
prophecy was
infinite
wrong.
weapons.
The prophecy was wrong.
Ayun, may ano, no? Yung arang fight na pala.
Oo. Sumusunod ko lang yung sinurong kayo dyan na sulit nila. Wala pala dito yung ganun.
Mga may rank fight na.
Are you alright?
Ayun, no, kahit yung mga duplicate na weapons kahit yung mga low na pinapataas ko pa rin rank ang mga
What's wrong?
may rank fight ko lang. Para at least in case na gagamit.
Damn.
Level 3 yung ulit. Nira-rank 5 ko din kahit yung
Ayos yun.
Barber.
It's awesome.
Patayin
Ito na lang, gamitin.
Dapat merong way na explore yung mapa ng lubog yung fontaine. Dapat may ganun.
Barbara Streisand.
Yes.
Teka. Imagine kung lumubog yung
Well,
fontaine.
actually kay
Pre,
Barbara,
dapat
ang
lubog
dedicated
din tong
kay Summer,
Sumero.
huwag mo i-enhance. Ang dedicated kasi niya
Diba?
is
Diba dapat ganun yun? Dapat lubog din yung
Kasi
Sumero.
HP yan eh. Kasi yung...
Ba't di mo sinabi, in-upgrade ko na to?
Sorry.
To be honest, ang pinakita
Mali-mali yung tutor dito.
pinakamagandang arc. Isipin mo, kung lumubog yung fontaine dun sa palabas, dude, ayun yung highest point. Sabihin natin yun yung highest point.
Sa Barbara lang yung kailangan.
Or that one, diba? Dapat lumubog din yung Sumero, pre. Lumubog din dapat yung Sumero. Ano na?
Yan lang. Yung
Diyos ko.
Oh, sakto.
Okay. Wala na tayong quest.
Tara, yan natin.
Oh my fucking God. Meron pa akong kailangan tapusin. What's this?
Guide to Freedom.
Seriously?
Kailangan ko
Kakausapin ko pa si Novelet?
lang
Annoying. Sa Fontaine area lang ang nag-flood. Yeah, pero ano yun? Doon lang sa area na... Dude, nakita mo ba yung dam?
9 plus 9.
Sobrang unreal, man.
18.
Yung dam, pre. Hanggang dito yung start ng dam. Ayan, o. Ito yung start ng dam, pre. Ayan. Ayan yung start ng dam, o.
Ito ba yun?
Freedom.
Diba?
Pares na ng kailangan.
Does it make sense, man?
Yung pinaka...
Ang taas nun. Dapat lumubog yung buong fontaine. Ay, yung buong... Buong tevat, pre.
Palit lang tayo ng character.
Bullshit. Ay, sorry.
Tagal, parang lolo.
Kailangan patuloy kausapin si Novelet.
Pwede mong i-start.
Para matapos lang.
Pwede ko start.
Wait, gagawin ko ba yung ano? Ano yun? Hello?
Kuya Johnny Boneless.
Nandito ba yun?
Kung gagastos ka.
It's not here.
Ano naririnig?
Ay, nanonood ako kay Palais.
Rinig ba yung Discord sa
Wala
kanya?
naman dito.
Yeah.
Huh?
Commit lang siya dito.
Asan yung pang-upgrade ko?
I can hear everything.
Hindi, iniisip ko yung
Di ba kita
Palworld
dito?
o
Dapat
Battle
kita
Pass
dito
na
yun,
kasi yung Palworld, nararamdaman ko kapag
Para malaman ko ilang
Yung
constellation
Battle
na
Pass, pwede mo
nung...
naman bilhin kahit kailan.
Di ba nag-expire?
Nung Peking Hydro.
Yun?
Monthly naman meron yun.
So, wala
Ay, di
siya
pa tapos
here.
na yung January.
A drop
Yeah,
obtained
tapos na. Wala na yung Battle Pass
Wala
may check, wala na siya.
Converted the primordial
na.
dream. Far away, blah blah blah. Ang haba.
Bakit may...
Saan ako nababasahin yan?
Ayun.
Magkaiba daw yung density
May gusto
ng
ka ba
tubig
kuha
sa
dun
mga
sa
lugar.
Battle Pass?
Hindi sila.
Imprimo gem lang. Hindi ko pa nga actually na-check kaya ang akala ko walang item na binibigay.
Pero it doesn't make sense, man. Lumubog yung buong fontaine. Ang taas ng dam nila. It doesn't make sense.
Ayan, oo.
Wait lang.
Welkin.
Welkins na. Yan din ko pa.
Saan ka bumibili, Tito
Siyempre, mas
Shams?
maganda kaya kapag yung may item. Sabi mo yung may item.
Oo, pares din yun.
Did I hear that?
Welkins
meron
at saka
din.
Battle
Monsieur
Pass. Hindi,
Neurvalet, are you
yung
sure
Welkins
you'd like
parang
to take
bonus
over
lang
the
yan
case
everyday.
yourself?
That's right.
20,
Oh,
ano,
but
20.
why?
Battle Pass iba
Technically
din
speaking,
yun. May
cases
Primogems
like
din
this
siya.
are better left to the
Kaya ngayon ko lang
guards.
ginamit si Diluc for the longest time.
Hey there! What are you two talking about?
Ugh,
Ito,
Traveler and Paimon, please help me talk our Chief Justice
maalala.
out of this.
Lagi
He
mamamatay
wants
yung
to
si ano.
investigate a case on his
Si
own.
Raven Shogun.
This is
Kaya Johnny,
completely
ba't yung
unprecedented.
pagkain mo
How
may
can we have
hottie
the
sa akin
Udex
wala?
acting like a
Vision yun
private
eh, Boss Johnny,
detective?
diba?
I can introduce you to someone amazing.
I
Oh.
trust that you'd be able to work that out with how well
Yes.
connected you are.
Makukuha mo
I
yung
must
bag.
apologize. I do not plan on relying on
Wala
anyone
Makukuha kang
else's
bag.
help for this matter.
So,
Uh,
what is it exactly?
Tayo na
The
kasi.
show sounds serious if it's something you've got to
Makukuha mo
investigate
yung
personally.
NRE
A
menu.
Melusine named Kiara
NRE
received a
menu,
threat
yun,
letter.
tama.
And
NRE
then?
menu.
That is all the information I have acquired at this stage.
Kumusta?
I have no idea why you're so hung up over this. I've checked the schedule in advance and it
Nalilito ako
seems
dun
like
sa
there
bilog.
aren't
Hindi
any
ko alam
trials
kung bilog
today.
ni Bennett o
So, if
bilog
you
nung
insist,
kalaban.
I have no objections.
Thank you for understanding. I will leave a note explaining my absence on my desk.
Oh,
I
ikaw
would
na may
appreciate it
ano,
if you could
ikaw
take
na
it
may
to Lady
ride.
Farina. She may have no interest
Sorry.
in
Kayo
official
na, sige
affairs.
na, kayo na may
But
ride.
standard procedure dictates
Sorry
that
po.
I'm still responsible for
Part ko na lang
reporting to
po ako
her.
pati Facebook, pati
Understood.
Twitter, pati Twitch.
I'll come back later and deliver the note to her.
Sana i-reward nila si Diluc.
Yung
Lakas
scene na
naman ng
to,
dilok niyan.
yung
Judging from Sadine's
C3
reaction, it
nakakapul
must
sa
be
standby.
pretty rare for you to investigate stuff personally.
dito mo lang
What's so special about this case?
dito mo lang mapapatunay na si Zhongli at Hutao and Nuvelet
Eh,
and
mas malakas
Furina
yung
is
naka
parang
C20
iisa
yan.
lang ng
Oo, ayan o, nasa harap.
ng
Cannot
ganap.
tell you just yet,
C20 yung isa dyan, eh,
but it
C20
reminded me
dilok.
of
Ay,
certain
napapas
past
beater sa
events.
ride. Saan mo?
Hindi ko natigil.
Ba't nadamay si Pasis?
There could be complicated conflicts of interest behind all this, so I must eliminate all risks in advance.
The conflicts of interest.
Come on, stop being so secretive. We still have no idea what's going on.
It is not my intention to keep you in the dark, but I need some time to revisit those memories and collect my thoughts.
Putik 46.
Long story short, a little more than
Hindi ko na
400
to,
years ago, I became the Udex of Fontaine and initiated a series of institutional reforms. There were few people I could trust,
Touch my
but I had two
body.
subordinates who were exceptionally trustworthy and capable.
There's a
Carol, a
bar.
Melusine, and Vautrin,
Like a
leader of
teddy
the Special
bear.
Security and Surveillance
Pag
Patrol.
nag-meeting, ito na lang
They
sabihin
must
ko
have been
update.
amazing people to
Nag-pull
receive
po
such
ako
high
sa
praise from you.
Genshin.
Indeed. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to protect them. The
Wala akong
reforms damaged the
ginagawa sa
interests of some,
trabaho.
and the more conservative faction took advantage of Carol's identity to instigate political unrest.
At least alam niya
Ultimately,
updated ka.
they wanted me
Tapos
to
nakakuha
wield
po
more
ako
of my
ng
power.
10 weapons.
The incident
Hindi ko po alam
resulted
kung
in Carol
magagamit ko po
taking
yung mga
her
yun.
own life, and Vautrin being exiled. From then on, I've been especially careful when
May
dealing with
Genshin
cases
gastos ka,
related to
Mr.
Melusines.
Johnny.
Yes.
Seems they're using Melusines against you.
All Melusines
Bakit?
used to live a secluded life away from human society.
Bakit?
I granted
Ano
their
meron?
wishes when some of them, including
no,
Carol,
cancel.
asked me to bring them to the court of Fontaine.
Sakit po
Many
tayo,
common
mamamatay
folk
na
believe
naman
that I
si ano.
share
Ewan
a
yan.
special bond with the Melusines, and whatever they do can be traced back to me. Some of them, especially those who hold a grudge against me, exploit that belief and stir up conflict
Nakakapag-condense na
over
ba na resin
Melusines
si
in an
Pops?
attempt to lay the blame on
Hindi
me.
pa.
I have nothing
Ano
against
ang
the
ginagawa
opinions of
dun?
others. But the
Times 2.
moment a whirlpool of conspiracy
Oh!
forms,
Yung
it
resins mo na,
inevitably affects the
di ba
innocent.
tig 20 dito?
Bumalik na siya.
Bago
Masakit
yung
na,
resin,
sumakit nga daw yung balakang
20
niya,
resin
pre.
mo,
Kasi
i-combine siya sa isang condensed
nasobrahan
resin.
daw siya sa
Ginamit mo siya sa mga domains.
pag-check
Times
ng
two.
code.
It has
Nasobrahan.
already happened once,
May chances
I
na
but I
makakuha ka
want to
ng
make sure it
Parang
does
yung
not
code
happen
sa tiyo.
again.
Para di pa
Even
ulit.
so, why
Times
do
2
you
hanggang
have to be the
times
one
3 ang rewards
investigating?
dun.
There's the guards, the Marechaussee Phantom, and the Special Security and Surveillance Patrol. Aren't they more
So,
than
may
enough to figure out
nagwawalang
what's going
wanderer
on?
dun sa tabi.
Based on prior experience, there is a high chance that
LB.
those who hold hostility towards
Ito lang
me
yung
do
web
not
talaga
belong to
niya.
the same
Ako yon, prap.
department.
Ako yon. Nagkaroon ako ng LBM kahapon.
The political system of
Memory
Fontaine
card,
is relatively
ayun.
Wala ka
complex
ng dabel.
and involves the interests of multiple different
Meron,
factions.
sandamak.
However, since I am technically an outsider in Fontaine, a lot of trouble could be avoided if I
Kaya sinumpa ko
personally
yung
took on
weapon
the
banner
case.
talaga.
Outsider? But aren't
Ay,
you the
tulungan kita
Chief
dun sa
Justice of
daily.
Fontaine?
May daily kayo,
Why
ayan,
would
oh.
you be an outsider?
Yeah, meron
I
pa.
understand where you are
Para
coming from,
matapos
but there is not necessarily a connection between my
di ba damay din naman to?
responsibilities and how I
Oh,
perceive
pati yung sa'yo.
myself.
Okay.
You know very well about my true identity and have even met
Johnny
others of
Ganda,
my
Boss
kind
Johnny
in
ni
other
ano,
nations.
True.
gaming
Wait, dragon ba si
Yung
Ashda? Hindi,
gameplay
di ba?
Even though I was
Uh,
born with a human
Ganda,
form,
pupupul ako,
there is a
promise.
fundamental difference between
Nagpa-planche attack
dragons
siya
and
kapag hindi naman
humans.
siya
Taking on the
Paano
role
pag
of
hindi mo
Chief
nakuha?
Justice does not make me a part of this
sad
community. In
Makukuha mo
fact,
yun, 4
the
star naman.
status I was
Sino ang
granted
Geodragon?
prevented me from forming deeper bonds with others.
Ano ba yung gagawin ko?
I have lived
Ano
in
niya, yung
Fontaine for
burst
a
niya,
long time.
Boss Johnny,
I do not belong here.
Magsasamon siya nung
That is why I call
companion niya,
myself
tapos
an
pag bumalik
outsider,
sa kanya,
a
magkukuldan yung
fish
elemental
out of
skill niya.
water.
Wow, kulang.
Si Dendro Dragon si Apep eh.
Kinacraft pala to.
Mga bago yan
Bed freedom.
If you put it that way.
Yeah, we have nothing to do with
parang
all
si
those
Goro.
organizations anyway.
Si
So
Goro
how
may
about we
alagang
come with you
maliit
on
na
your
parang
investigation? Let's team up and round up all the bad guys lurking in the dark.
In the dark.
9 plus 9.
That does not sound like a bad idea.
Minus 6.
I rarely investigate cases on my own, but with professionals like you around,
Para sakto
I'm
yung
sure it
ano.
will go a lot smoother.
Oh, Paimon's starting to get a little embarrassed. Just leave it to us.
Parang gusto ko ng burger pa.
I will write my note
Or
of absence right away.
ng hotdog
Let us
galing
depart
kila
together
ate.
once I'm
Hindi
done.
ko
Divalin
makuha
niya.
yung
Divalin
ano
is also dragon.
Hindi, makuha may rewind.
Pero walang Geodragon and Electro na dragon,
Yung
right?
drop pa.
Or hindi pa sila ini-introduce.
Let us start. We should visit Kiara first and try to gain a better understanding of the situation.
Pero alam ko hindi Sovereign Dragon. Talaga.
Shimmering nectar.
Kalimutan ko na rin yung title ni
Shimmering
Divalin.
nectar.
Patay tayong
Kasi hindi siya valid.
Whopper flower.
Feels like he doesn't truly belong here in Fontaine, but is that really true? Paimon feels like he has a kinda skewed perspective on a lot of things.
Yung dragon ni Raiden nasa
Though
isla
hindi
nakahiga.
lahat,
Putol
hindi
ulo,
lahat
no?
ituturo.
Putol ulo
Ito,
ng dragon ni
Silver
Raiden,
Pomelo.
pre. Pinutol niya eh. Binanatan yung Sango na Miya.
Whopper flower.
Tapos na yung daily mo ha. Ayun, daily rewards commission.
Ito pala dapat
Okay.
i-TP. Tama ba? Hindi sa baba yun eh.
Ay, hindi, dyan sa ano na...
Fish out of water, right? But
Oh,
since you're the Hydro Dragon, would a dragon out of water suit you better?
Uy, treasure.
Sa akin may dalawang shimmering nectar.
I will consider using the
Wait,
more
am I
accurate
there?
term in private occasions.
Sa inyo mo rin dyan.
Please
need
allow me
that
to
one.
rephrase. Has a
I'll go
Posibleng
dragon out
magkaroon
of
ng
water?
trading sa Genshin kasi para maiwasan yung scam.
That sounds kind of weird. Let's stick with the previous version instead.
True. Wait,
Parang sa
let's
ano,
continue
sa
with the one.
Fortnite, bawal trading.
Oh my god. Kailangan pa tapusin to. Si Charlotte?
Saka
Akira.
para ano,
Fuck!
baka para wala
Yung dragon sa Liwe,
Oo, palit pa.
baka ma-introduce sa new map.
Wala.
Possible. Yung kay ano,
Ito,
Cloud
may ano
Retainer.
dito. May lumilipad
Patay
sa
ko
pwesto.
yun na. Dapat pala nandito kapag papatay. Ito tayo
Baka
kay Boss Jepe.
Kakaibang quest na to
Ah, baka nandito, wait lang.
lumalabas. Fuck. Nahihilo na rin ako.
Wala dito.
Sa baba,
Sabi
ano
ko
yun?
naman ang kailangan.
Sa baba.
Nasaan siya sa mapa mo, Paus? Sige, nakakit mo.
Ayan.
Sa tama.
Yan sa taas eh. Taas eh.
La Birger. Gusto ko nga ano hotdog lang eh. Hotdog ni ate. Na may kasamang siomay. Tas special.
Pucha, ayos yun naman para
Eh,
kasi
sana all nakakalipa.
Pwede ba?
Ang example. Sorry, Lord.
Sorry. Lord.
Angas. Kahit maubusan ng ano, stamina. Basta nasa Fontaine.
Hindi si Superman
May
na
sariling
isip
elevator eh.
Bans lang meron si ate. Manyakis.
Sa baba.
Pero gusto ko yung hotdog ni ate
Kaya
ah.
taban.
Tender juicy yun.
Nasa baba.
Wait, lumagpas na ako.
Ayun.
Pula.
Yep,
Yan.
lumagpas na ako.
Tawa ko sa...
Pwede gamitin natin yung e-bike. Bili lang
Nagda-draft
tayong
sila kahit
burger. Ay, ano,
magkakaibang
hotdog.
bulaklak.
Gusto ko hotdog.
Diba may
Mas gusto ko yung
iba't
hotdog.
Oh, yan.
klase?
Isang ano yan.
Nag-noodles ako kahapon, puta yan. Tapos nilagyan ko ng ano. Nilagyan ko ng ham. Sarap eh. Homemade ramen ako eh.
Hindi ko rin yan.
Ay, hindi ba makukuha?
Hindi. Separate yung drop mo. Lahat tayo meron.
Pero meron ka
Kumbaga.
sarili.
Oo.
Okay. Layo naman
Upload
ito.
Pwede naman, post ko saglit yung
Ito
stream
yun
and
eh,
then
sa
we can go
Cape
for it.
sa
The
dulo.
weather's amazing today.
Ipo order.
Lagi. Hindi ko napatay yung work PC ko. Sabi ko,
Kiara.
trabaho pa ako. Sipag ko naman daw.
Ano yun, no? Yung kulay violet sa map.
And you are?
Papunta dun sa Abyss,
I remember. You're the
Abyss
traveler and
Island.
Paimon.
May
Heard
ano,
about you.
treasure, oh.
Hey there.
Oh, hindi ko nakita na sa harapan ko
Is
na.
there anything I can do for you?
I heard from Sidine that you received a threatening letter.
A threatening letter. Oh, right. I remember now. The letter fell through the crack in my door as I was heading out this morning. It said something about catching me, so I thought someone wanted to play hide and seek. But Sidine told me it was a threatening letter, and that I could be in danger.
Bumili ka?
That's not gonna happen with everyone looking after me,
Binili
right?
ba? Wala
Bili
talaga
ulit.
magawa sa pera ko yun dyan.
Tapos bumili.
Oo, tama.
Suspicious looking.
Sana aula.
What counts as
Sana
suspicious?
makalaro kita. Wow.
Sana aula.
Ninong Renz, awaw.
Ikaw mag-host kasi
Did you think of something? Nope.
pag nandun na ako sa malayo, umiiyak na
Putang inang reaction. What the fuck?
Gagawin ka niyan, Kelvin.
Do you still have the letter
Sa,
with you?
what the
I want you to show me what it
Ako
says.
po, tinanggal ko pa naman na yung ano.
Found it.
Yung palworld mo?
Oo. Niripan ko.
Now then,
Yan, install
get
na yun, no?
lost. If you don't
Grabe
leave the
ka naman sa
Maréchaussée
akin.
Phantom, I will come and catch
True.
you in person.
True.
Para
Say I
makalaro
didn't
ka
warn
sabay
you.
ng install mo lang.
A simple threat.
Niripan
Neither
ko
the
na
handwriting
ninira
nor
ng
the content
PC.
itself reveals anything about the writer's
Pati ng
intentions.
pagkakaibigan.
We can't rule out that possibility. Since you can't think of anyone
Kamusta yung
suspicious,
longganisa?
I will be heading back to the Palais Marmonia to review
Wala
some
pa
official
din.
documents.
Nagpabili
you
ako.
should come with us.
Longganisa?
Safer if you stay
Binili
close
mo yung
by.
manufacturer na longganisa?
Ay, basic.
Bumili talaga ngayon.
Pera sa Steam.
I promised Olaf that I'd check
Tinatawanan tayo ni JB sa mga
But you are
ugali.
being
Ganyan pala
watched
yan.
right now.
Idol
Going
yung
off on
nakapati
your
na
own could be
magutom eh.
dangerous.
Kaya nga eh. Nagpaalam nasa baba daw siya. Nag-iinit ng tubig.
Nanahimik,
Totoo
nagluluto
pala,
na pala.
nagpiprito ng vegan longganisa na maraming garlic.
Big sis Paimon.
Tapos po, alam mo kayo dyan yung vegan longganisa na pag pinrito mo, nagiging ma-oily-oil.
Dude,
All right.
di
Let
ka
us go
malakas.
our separate ways for now. Please take care of Kiara.
Tapos nagpapaalam lang ako matutulog na, kakain daw ako.
Right. Sana mag-proceed na yung art conquest.
Kaya magluto ng ano, longganisa ni Lucas.
Let me think.
Lalagay sa apoy.
1, 2.
I mean, yung na piniprito nyo pa sa mantika.
Direct.
Ay, si mama, hindi na.
But I remember coming to the court of Fontaine
Ay,
with
oo.
Carol
Ay,
and
Eh,
Vivian.
pwede. Para lumabas yung mantika.
Been a long
Yung
time
mantika niya
ago.
gagamitin.
Carol, you never let me
Pag-iinit,
Sa tubig.
luluto sa sariling
Ah,
mantika.
yung ano, sa
Si
tubig lang
mama,
talaga.
piniprito lang niya sa tubig yung kulay red na longganisa.
Mas masarap
My
siya pag sa
memory
tubig
isn't
din.
that good.
Ano.
But Carol told me I could address others based on
mas
how I
Piniprito
feel
ko sa
about
tubig
them.
yung hotdog.
Patay tayo dyan. May sumaling elektro na kalaban.
Big sis.
Parehong elektro na lang.
Yun kasi yung ano, turo sa amin ng lolo't lola ko dito.
Hey, Traveler, did you hear that?
Pati kay la mama.
Kukuha ng litrato, puta.
Check lang. Okay na. Pero, dami akong kailangan.
Pambili. Wala akong pambili.
It's not chlorine, right?
Wala na
I
akong
felt like someone was
pambili.
following us.
Ay, Kokami.
Kiara,
May
you're
weapon
here.
mo ako.
Akin na lang.
Pero wala akong karakter. Sa'yo na lang. Palitan. Napuli
Really
ko
ba?
sa alam.
And Big sis
Sa'yo na tong trailing
I
tales.
thought so. Brings you
Ay, ito,
here.
everlasting mundo
Did you
mo.
run into any trouble?
Nakay Barbara.
It's not really trouble
Palit ka
anymore
rin.
with us around.
May I begin
Meron
inspecting
ako
the
yung
stars
ganito na
plant?
ganito.
Of course.
Craft
Hindi
table na lang.
nakakapag-full
Okay din sa kanya to eh.
Bagay din sa...
12 po adventure.
Yung alaga ko pala.
Pasok ka ba?
Hindi ko na nagagamit yung
Fuel
companion.
for adventure.
Pili rin ako nun eh. Sa
No
nabuhay.
hazards detected.
You've cleared the inspection.
Nandito yun eh.
Seems like the criminal from that case last month never set foot in here at all.
Taurus
That
ba
was
yung
quick.
magandang
What were you
Taurus?
expecting?
Eh, box
I took a
tool.
look
Ay,
around
wala
the
na
shop.
pala yung box. Okay.
Neuvillette says that
Kala
us
ko nakalimot
Melazins
lang
have
ako eh.
special eyes that can see things people can't.
Ano?
Things like
Cloud
blood
retainer
stains.
na.
No matter
Yung
how
cloud
hard you try
retainer
to clean them up,
device. Yung
we
ano niya,
Melazins can see
alaga
the
niya.
residual
Lalagay sa
stains for
ngipin.
some time.
All right. Now that you're done inspecting, can we have a chat? Hear
Puta,
me out.
na-jokes ako na
I'm
nakala ko
planning to
treasure.
release an
Bumaba
outfit
pa
for
na naka.
children next month and wanted to hire you
My
as
God, I'm
my
old.
model.
Meron
Is that
dyan
okay
bato
with
na
you?
shape na treasure eh.
Is there anything I need to do?
Sa kalayuan,
Please
madalas
wait
na
a moment while I
magpeke
take
na
your
ano.
measurements. This
Na
sample should
treasure
be
siya.
a perfect fit.
Seems like they get along really
Akala
well.
ko, it's just my
What are you
imagination.
looking
Treasure ba? Ito, meron
Is
sa
there
akin.
really someone watching us? Shh! Let's sneak over and take a look.
Nasaan ka? Ay, sige, wait.
Ayoko. Ayoko. May ano yan.
Pag hunter
Ina,
ka ng
wala akong
treasure
damage.
eh.
Ito, may ano ko. May
58
liwe.
lang.
I hate you.
Liwe.
Sige, pagkatapos dyan dito, may ano ka.
Sabi ni.
Ano ng liwe? Yung, ano tawag mo?
Why
No,
isn't
kulay.
she
Sigil.
back yet?
Sigil ba yan?
Yung ano, yung kinukuha sa...
Charlotte, what are you
Inaalay
doing
sa tore.
here?
Kalimutan ko na.
Geo-Oculus.
Ah, dalawa yung
That
bulaklak.
threatening letter.
Ito, may Oculus dito.
But you don't seem like the type to...
Sada pambili.
Threat letter.
Saan si Tita
This
Paus?
is starting to feel like an
Naaway
interrogation.
mo. Naaway mo yung lahat
I'll be straight
dyan.
with you.
Ay,
I
hindi
don't know the
nagpo-cool
slightest
down
thing
yung
about that threat letter you
hindi
mentioned. I
nagre-recharge
only wanted
kapag
to
di
follow
ginagamit
Monsieur Neuvillette and request an interview
skill.
with him.
Kailangan may particles na ano.
That's right. I'm not the only one, you know.
Aray ko,
Mamatay,
patay ako!
Benny!
Journalist's dream, but it's
Kapit
not
sa akin,
an easy
dihil kita!
task.
Lumapit kita! Punta kita,
Rarely
punta kita!
accepts appointment requests from us, and we never have the
Patay
chance
na.
to interrupt when the court's in
Ito,
session.
lapitan mo
So
tong
we
jellyfish. Lapitan mo yung
Ay,
jellyfish.
wala ako ng on the streets today. It seems like you were investigating something too. The perfect opportunity to whip up an exclusive, don't you think? Of course, I'll make sure to turn in my manuscript to him for review. I have my principles, and I'd never publish an article
Kinain na
without
siya
the
ng
consent
ipon.
of all parties involved.
Thank you, guys. Putay na,
Okay,
nagulat
better.
ako.
Ay,
Nabula ko ng
paunti na ng
ipon.
paunti.
Secret investigation that can't be made public knowledge.
Saan tayo papunta?
Well,
Best
if you
friend
say
Johnny.
so. I
May
guess
ano
we'll
Yeah.
put this
dito,
matter
may
aside for now.
Geo-Oculus
sa word
dito.
mo eh.
What a
Sunod ka dito,
shame.
sunod ka sa akin.
Chances like this don't come by very
Tutulungan
often,
na
you
mo
know.
akong sa
Kuya
world
Just
ko
change.
na patayin lahat
Tell
ng
me what the threat letter is
pals.
about.
Patay.
I
Hindi ko
swear
patay.
I won't
Magka-capture
tell.
dito ako, syempre.
Ah.
Nung wala
Hindi
ako.
ko ito, Geo-Oculus
Pal
dito.
na wala ako.
Bali na nakawa
Nakita
ka
You
lang
tell
niya
Charlotte
ng
about
pal ko
the letter
ikaw.
Kiara
Oo.
received.
Ito,
Ina.
nakita mo yan sa kabilang side? Ayun o.
User-friendly
Ito.
nga talaga yan. Oo,
Ito,
nasa
lumilipad
taas.
lilipad lang ako.
Hindi ka naman makaabot dyan.
Just
Anak
so
ba dati ka
happens that I did
magpogi?
an interview with
Ayan,
Kiara.
iipan niya
Plus
yung
more,
ano.
in fact.
Elemental
It was
skill niya
well
kasi ito
received
eh.
by our readers, so I was planning to
Ayun,
continue
Ito
the
siya,
series.
so ipan mo
Because
to.
someone's coming after
Ay,
her.
saan na? Saan
Ito sa baba.
Ay, ito.
Who
Akit ka
knows?
di- para
We
hindi
might
ka na
find something.
mahirapan. Ay, di-
And don't worry, I know what I'm doing.
Ayan,
This
oh.
secret
Ay,
Ay,
putya,
safe.
sila pa
Ay, sa
naman eh.
kabila!
Tapusin mo yan kasi
Ay,
si
may
Charlotte
naman,
yung
may
nandyan sa
chest
buong
na.
pas.
But I gotta
Oh.
warn you,
Fuck!
even if I keep my lips
Balik
sealed,
ka.
Balik ka dito.
others will know eventually.
Why?
People
Open mo
care a
ulit.
great deal
Fake
about Monsieur
news.
Neuverlet's each and every
Eh.
move.
Pinat ipin.
Some may have already realized
Putang
that
Hindi,
someone
wag
was
na.
out. Besides,
Munti ka na umabot.
Melazines. So, anyway, I'll get going now.
Ah, kay
Take
Cloud
yourselves,
Retainer pala yan.
Watch yourself daw eh. Okay.
That was a nice chat.
Nakuha, inahabol ko lang sa event. Ano ako eh.
Check on Kiara.
Last 2 minutes ako mag-event.
Abot talaga hanggang dito lang.
Okay lang yun kasi naka-unlock na lahat.
Oh,
Oo, tsaka di na rin...
si
Diretso na
Umurais.
lang.
Umurais.
What do you think? The design looks pretty good, huh?
Ay, siyang gamit mo.
Yes, magkapatid yan.
Ayun, si
Oo,
Umurais.
yung kay Kuya Johnny.
Ah, may heal.
Oo. Malakas pa yung heal.
Yan yung upgraded version ni Barbara.
As I passed by the Palais
Ang
Mammonia,
next natin
I heard that
ay-
Neuvillette was investigating a
Oo
case
nga,
with you.
upgraded
Technically
version ni
speaking,
Barbara.
he and I are under an employer-employee
Ayan.
relationship.
Pag lumabas yan,
It
kunin
didn't
mo.
feel right to have my
Walang
employer
problema sa
personally
hindi.
take on such trivial
Ano
cases.
to, isa to sa mga stalker ni ano, ni
I
Traveler.
happen to have some time at the moment and
stalker
came to
niya.
take a look. I sometimes have my
Meron
clothes
siyang
custom
diary
made
na
at this
nakatago
boutique
dun
in
sa
any
room niya
case,
tungkol
so
sa
we always
Traveler.
have a lot to talk about.
Eh, Nilista lahat ng ano eh, no?
Oo.
Ginagawa.
Stalkerish.
Neverland sure is lucky to have someone like you.
Wait lang, bubuksan ko yung pintuan ng kwarto.
Leave this to me. You should go meet up with Neuvillette.
Taste wrong mga botones.
Wala lang.
Okay then, we'll leave Kiara in your hands. Come on, let's go find Neverland.
Tapos yung gamit ni Tito Shots, anak niyang gamit mo.
Oo nga pala.
Anak!
Oh.
Pusin natin to Archon Quest, please.
Yung anak.
Hindi pa din. Oo nga, kailangan nga si Charlotte.
Suwail na bata tong gamit ni Tita
May
Shots.
kambal pala siya, no?
Tapos na ako eh. Tapusin mo na ako, please.
Si Shogun.
Raiden. Kambal mo yung yung original na Electro Harpon.
I don't wanna do this now, man.
Ito may whopper flower dito sa baba.
Gusto mag-unlock tayo na isa pa.
Ito dalawa, oh. Dalawa to.
Ayaw.
Saan ito pa yung isa, oh.
Grabe pa rin ping ng no? Ng Royal Cable.
Basahin natin, oh.
Hotdog time muna. Pwede.
Pinas,
Yun.
Wait, what?
Tapos.
Hoy, ito na.
Sa mga material na maraming gamit yan.
Ano?
May treasure.
Ito na pala eh.
Hindi na.
Ayun eh. Bibigay na sa akin, pre. Ito na yun eh.
Ano neto? Isang Bonomia Pearls eh.
Okay.
Patay.
Potato.
Wala na.
I recently visited Poisson to meet with Miss Navia, spokesperson of the Spina di Ursula. At least old soil can still give birth to new blooms, Navia stated. It's like seeing a small cookie when you're starving late at night. You just need a little of it.
Tayo minus points.
Starship Winglet, Lunar Bane of the 5
Nag-levitate eh.
Hindi nila alam. Galing ko lang Rice Lian.
Pinuntahan niyo yung dyan. Pero di kasi dito eh.
Ay, boss to eh.
Hindi, meron din dyan sa bandang itaas. Merong dyan.
People always call the first researcher mad, but few know what to call the second. And
Tapos dito sa area ko meron din.
they would find it all the harder
After
to
yung
find
patayin
a word
yan.
with which to classify him.
Ito, patayin natin to. Tulungan mo ka dito.
Hindi naman kailangan yun eh.
Barely recognizes the people in the report.
Punta na ako kay Kuya Johnny.
They sound like real big shots.
Ayun, para sa upgrade ni
We
Ben.
just didn't meet them in that capacity.
Pretty enthralling, huh?
Regis
The
Fire.
Stambird's idea was pretty simple. With the
Hindi nyo
disaster
na kailangan
just
na
having
healer dyan.
passed, we would
Sasampal-sampalin
print
nyo
a
na yan eh.
free edition packed to the
nakuha mo
margins with good
Hindi,
news to
ang
calm people
pinaka
down.
yung
The
malaking
value for these big scoops lies in their inevitable follow-ups. We'll publish further reports and go into the stories behind those people. Edwin's assistant, Jurier, created a true flying ship, while Navia is leading people in the reconstruction of their home. I'm sure that these stories could draw even your well-traveled eye.
The article do make me curious about how things will play out.
On the way.
Wait a minute. Didn't we watch everything happen from start to finish? What's there to be curious about?
And that's exactly why I'd like you to come conduct interviews with me. You're the best incubators of news, if you haven't noticed. And also, with you around, I'm sure I'll get to see that Duke.
Ito malapit.
Several times already.
Oh, this time will be different. Come on.
Dito
Let's
ba?
head to Poisson
Dito
first,
ba?
and then make a trip to the
Dapat
fortress.
kong kalagyan.
There are some things you'll only know when you get there.
Ay, pucha.
Wait, so
Sa
na-unlock
baba
na
yan.
natin
Ay, no, may
yung boss,
treasure.
right? O hindi pa rin?
Treasure.
Hindi pa rin ba? Parang hindi pa din.
Ang treasure
Kasi
ba?
dito yung sa loob.
Oo,
Yung portal.
nag-refresh.
Huh?
Eh, paano pag
Weird.
naubos na yung nasa map, wala ka na makukuha?
Wait nga.
Bus na.
Bus na.
Domains,
Primo gems kasi yun
truth.
kada open, kaya di siya pwede.
Ay, hindi pa din.
Balikan
Okay.
mo, no? Para ka nag-spam ng Primo gems.
Hindi pa naman tayo Poisson. Poisson.
Try kung gawing triple EM tong Kokomi ko. Ito daw naka-triple EM to eh.
Ayun.
Hindi pa rin ayos yung hagdanan. Ano ba yan?
nasa taas yung jellyfish.
Hindi tayo
Sa may
tinutulungan
kausap
ni
siyang
JB,
Fatui.
Kuya Johnny. Ganyan talaga yan si JB.
Oh, it's you.
Nagsa-sightseeing lang dito
What
sa
brings you
map.
all here?
Look around.
I'm here to update myself on how things are going here. Hmm? Oh, the Fatui are here too.
Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Garunt Snezhevich. He represented the Knave in sending us a large amount of supplies, and is helping with our work. Our residents are hard at work as well. Thanks to everyone, work is progressing nicely. We've lost a lot of people, but we're moving forward. That will have to be enough.
Hello, Miss Charlotte. I'm a big fan of yours. I especially like that article you wrote last year about Fontaine's stray cats. But if you don't mind, could you not emphasize
Ano
our work
pinabili
too
mo
much in your
longganisa
report?
Dylan?
It's not charity we're doing here.
Ano
We
pinabili
just
mo?
happen to share
Sana
the same
all!
interests as Despina.
I get where you're coming from.
Sana
Keep it as
all.
simple as possible.
Dalan mo ako.
Would you be willing to feature as friendly
Uwi kasi kuya ko
neighbors?
galing Ilocos eh.
Ooh, wait. Katabi lang ba ng
Kailangan
Fontaine ang
mag-variety.
Snezhnaya?
Next week.
Thanks.
Dapat pati bagnet
you're back
nagpabili
too.
ka.
Gusto mo ba?
Lahat
Amurais.
ng bawal sa'yo.
We
Gusto
finished
mo
laying
ba?
down the construction
Bili ako.
materials.
Dadalhin ko dyan.
It'll be another hour
Sige
before the
pa!
workers are able to go over
Kasabay na
there.
rin ng dinuguang Ilocano.
You're here too, Claire.
Well, her reputation's greatly
Digong
risen after
Ilocano
that
lang,
whole
pre.
duel
Pwede
business
ba
with
yun?
Miss Farina.
Dinuguan?
So she's here in
Pwede yun.
Poisson to
Iba
wait
ang
out the
luto ng
heat.
dinuguang Ilocano eh.
Oh, dry.
All right, all right. She really came here to help me out.
Di
There's
ko
too much
trip
to
yung
consider in the
dinuguan ng
reconstruction of
Ilocano.
Poisson.
Mas
The
gusto ko
Spina
yun
has
yung
need
tuyo.
of more decision
Ititesting
makers.
namin yung bagong
And,
motor.
well,
Ganun
I
kasi
do
pag
already
Ay,
happen to be
sana
connected to Mr.
all.
Callis.
Wait just a moment.
Dito din kasi
Do you
Ilocano
mind me
yung
asking a few questions?
Ilocano
You
yung
know,
bayo.
about how you
Pati
felt
kumaan.
before the duel, about what it
Hirap
was like
lang to
facing
motor
down a
na
god.
papaus. Huwag kang
There's lots of
mag-alala.
exciting
Ay,
material
sus,
there, I
hindi ka
bet.
bibili ng pang mahirap
Forget
Dylan.
it.
Oo nga,
I'm sure
pang
you can
mahirap
find a
nga.
better theme than that,
Pero
Miss
masarap din
Charlotte.
naman ang dinuguang
Ah,
Tagalog.
I see
Pero
you're the
pag-
same as always.
Alam mo ba kung ano?
Couldn't you do me a
Ah.
favor for
Bakit yun?
Navia's
Bakit
sake?
yun?
Well, if
Huh?
we're talking about doing things for my sake,
Sa
you
scratch.
might as well
Puta
just take
na
a few
weird
more
flex.
photos of me.
Weird!
of the
So
traveler.
weird,
It's
Dylan.
better than
You're
wasting
very
time persuading
weird.
Chlorand at any rate.
You're
Of
so
course I
weird.
will. I'm not
Kwento ko
gonna let
yan
him
kay
off that
Lilo.
easy. All right, then everyone who
Sana
wants to be in the
all.
photo, gather up
Sana
and
all.
smile.
Pag mahirap ka eh.
Bale, bounty in progress.
Rusi.
With
Dukha
pwedeng
nga.
ano,
Paimon the cute.
Weird flex Kuya Johnny.
Not
Weird flex.
bad.
Pang
Your
dukha.
addition really helped the
Dukha.
composition of the
Dukhati.
picture.
So yung
All right,
Rusi
hang
pang
on a
rich
moment. Let
people
me
na
snap
yun.
a few more shots.
So, hindi. Basta ito pang dukha. Yun lang yan.
All right, that should do it.
Ah, kasi
I'll be back here
Dukhati.
later anyway, so let's call it a day.
Hati.
Weird flex nga yun talaga si Dylan nga namang...
Puta na, kiniklik ko yung mapa
You're
ni
very
Paus.
quick.
Bakit?
Sa live.
Speed is of the essence when it comes to the news, and freshness is the key. Also, not to brag, but I'm
Nakakalito
pretty
eh,
good
no?
at
Pag may
building
naglalag
connections.
ng laro eh.
Who knows?
Tinatry ko
We might
tumipi
eventually
doon.
get that interview with you after all, Miss
Kahit pag sa
Corinne.
Dota eh,
Wow,
puta.
you really
Kiniklik
do
ko
have
yung
that
ano eh,
never say
heroes.
die spirit.
Nakikimap pa kayo, no?
I'll hazard a guess that this is how you got that interview
Nakikimap.
at the Fortress of Meripede.
You already knew she was
Whoa,
going.
you're well informed. Let me make a guess too. I
Putay
asked
na, putay
Sejour
na,
who told
putay na.
Monsieur Nervillette, and he told you, right?
That's a very complete information chain.
In truth, all Monsieur Neuvillette asked me was, when did the fortress become so friendly towards the media? I told him that it was best not to speak too soon. There's no guarantee that Ridesley will make a personal appearance.
You're right. I've got to treasure every moment I have with them. In which case, I'll be making a move for
Ang bobo ko talaga
Stay
gumamit
safe
ng
now.
ano nito.
And tell me if you hear anything
Na
interesting.
po.
I'll treat you to
Hindi ko
afternoon
nga alam
tea in
eh.
exchange.
Ah, ano ka? Bounty.
Bounty.
Bounty na
Okay. Wait, kausapin natin sila.
Tignan mo
You
kasi
seem
yung
curious
pato,
about the
nakasunod
fortress.
sa akin.
Wait,
Sa baba.
wait,
Of course.
Bandang right side ni,
That
yan, sa baba.
Ridesley.
Right
I
pa,
still
right.
remember going down to the fortress
right.
to grill him for information on
Tapos,
my
ayun,
father's
nasa
case.
likod mo na. Yan.
Boy, did he take me for a ride, without
Ba't
telling me
kanina
anything,
pababa
of
mo yung
course.
paakyat?
Oo nga eh, weird eh.
But he did invite you to tea, didn't
Ay,
he?
ito.
2 large pots of it, in fact. It was
Nabila ko.
good tea, though. I have to
Sige,
agree.
na lang gagamit.
The tea there is very good.
Tama na.
Speaking of that,
Okay.
would you like to have some today?
Nasaan na si...
I mean, you've got time, right? Well, I'd be partial to some shortbread. Wow, it's like we've got a menu or something. Sure, sure.
Good.
What flavor of biscuits would you like, Mr. Snezhevich?
Me?
Archon.
I'm fine with anything, but I would prefer chocolate should you have it.
All right, leave it to me.
I'll go over the newly arrived supplies with you later, Mr. Snezhevich. We should be able to finish the preparatory work today.
That works great for me.
Is it just me, or did you get a new lipstick?
I did. It was a gift from Sijuin. Want to give it a try? I think the color would suit you too.
The fudge. Okay. Artifacts? No? Artifacts? Oh, there is an artifact. Pero hindi ko siya ma-mark.
Sabi, hindi ko nabasa. Dito. Holy fuck, papanik ako.
Panik?
Yeah.
Free meal! Wait, ako dyan. Dito tayo daan. Gusto ko yung free meal.
Ito pala po siya.
Kapag kang apoy yan. Paano sa element ko?
Kaya dyan talaga pinabayaan na tayo ni JB talaga yun. No? Napapansin mo din. Ako rin napapansin ko kanina pa eh. Ang sakit!
Alright.
Pucha, ang sakit!
Ay, namatay!
Namatay!
Just,
Wala akong damage.
sige. Ano ka lang, i-charge mo lang yung skill ko.
Wow, guess we're here
Ilan?
again, huh? There's a real nostalgic feeling to this place.
Looks like you've been missing us.
Kaya na tayo ni JB.
Paglapag nung burst mo, dun ako magpo-burst din.
Of course. I'm here to welcome you and our dear Miss Charlotte, whom our good head nurse recommended to me.
It's an honor to finally meet the much-rumored Duke. Thank you for consenting to my visit to the fortress, sir.
No need to thank me.
Meron na.
That said, I shouldn't be the focus of your interview. I trust you recall our agreement?
Of course, of course.
All right then. This way.
Ba, iba yung physics niya na.
Patay ka.
Clorinda.
Tapos na. Oh.
Ayaw. Di ako
Ay,
nagana.
gagi. So, iba pala magtititi. Ay, hindi dito lang.
Hey, no need to be so
Balik
nervous.
ka dito.
I've
Pagbalik
already
mo ako
taken all the
ialis.
photos we need.
Papalit ako ng...
Miss Charlotte,
Papalit ako ng
do these pictures
DPS.
really need to be published on the cover of the Steambird?
It would seem that Miss Lorvine doesn't want her face to appear beside that of Mr. Jurier.
Sir, please don't say things like that.
But it looks like dear Mr. Jurier denies it.
Sino si
Might this
JB?
interview be very important to you then?
No, I just... This is my first time being interviewed, and I'm very thankful to the Steambird for...
Now, I might not look it, but I actually did meet Mr. Edwin once. And I'll be honest, I enjoyed chatting with you more. You've definitely got more of that genius vibe going on. The boat that brought about a miracle, the ark that saved the people. Why, you recreated a myth back there, like an emissary of legend. Still, if I might ask,
Maghihiganti
where's
ako.
that flying ship now?
Looks like
Higing
Charlotte's trying
Titan
to get
ako.
herself another exclusive scoop.
I have to
Okay lang,
apologize, but
bayad
that
na
ship
lang
is
kami na lang.
presently in the
Okay
bowels
na
of
kami.
the factory.
binayaran.
I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to get a shot of it.
Really? Well, then in that case,
Ay, meron
could I
ka
have
pa
an interview with you to
nito.
make up for that loss?
Kamatay niyan
You
pa,
already
huwag ka
know my
muna
answer,
aalis
I'm
ah.
afraid. Best you interview our head nurse instead. Or perhaps you'd like to take another photo of this couple of researchers?
Did you really have to use the word couple? Well, then, 2 solo
Tanga
photos
naman
will do.
umilag ni
Is my
Bennett.
hair messed up? Please, someone help me have a look.
Things sure are getting pretty lively here.
Tinamaan pa din eh.
We've seen this kind of thing before. Oh, seems like everyone's here. Would any of
Hydro
you
5.
like to
Go,
try
Kuya
this new
Johnny.
drink I came up with?
Ayaw, baka naman gusto niyang bumaba. Ba?
Hey, Miss Charlotte. Why don't
Kaya
you
talaga tayo tulungan
Baka
ni
kaya
JB.
no, hindi kita
photos
abot
of
dyan
the
eh.
Nagkakwentuhan lang
Ako
sa
rin
atin si
magpapaulan
JB.
ako, eto na ako.
Miss Sujway,
Kala
over
mo ikaw
this
lang
way.
marunong
Let's find a
magpaulan ah.
brighter spot.
Sure.
Putik na yun ang taas.
Do I have to smile?
Ayan, bumaba din siya sa wakas.
How have things been at the fortress.
Ayun na,
Same
ginamitan
old,
na niya
same
ng
old,
Navi.
as you can
Ayun
see.
na.
Fontaine's
Wala,
undergone some
nag-cheer lang tayo ni
changes, but
JB.
this
Akala
place is
ata
still
may
more or less
damage
the
yung
same.
cheer niya.
Other than that flying
Paus
ship,
dito, Paus.
it
Meron ka
got a
ditong
tad too
treasure
much
eh.
attention, I think.
That's why I decided to let the interview go through.
Ito mga
We
lumilipad na
should direct
slime.
more public opinions toward the
Akala ko
behind-the-scenes
kalaban ko.
heroes. Am I right, Mr. Jurrier? Miss Lurvine?
You're too kind, sir.
Opo,
I believe that you
putok
too
yun.
Yun, oh.
should have your day in the
Yun,
sun.
sa baba.
Not that you would want
Ang
that.
kumichas din dito sa baba eh. Ito,
Ayan
ang
yung
baba.
rock pile yata.
I'll just
Meron.
leave the
Ay, nabuksan
spotlight to
na
you
ata.
two.
Oo, wala na.
Meron pa nga multo sa
I
taas
see.
eh.
Lots of
Kasi hindi
things
ko
happened that
mahanap
day,
yung
huh?
multo, pero may lagayan
Anyway,
ng multo.
regarding that Harbinger, I'm not sure you remember, but his 3
Grabe,
young
lakas ng damage
followers
mo
are
dun.
still waiting for his
Gusto
return.
He sure
Ay,
did.
Oo,
kaya
siya nga
naman
tumulong
pala.
sa akin
I'll tell them
kanina
that
eh,
there's
kasi
good
wala
news
ka eh.
and bad news. The good being that their boss seems fine, and the bad
Masama
being that
loob
they
eh.
must face extended sentences for abetting his escape.
Oh, actually, what about you? Are things gonna change for you too?
What
Pasa mo na yung
change can there
bounty
be?
na pa eh.
The fortress
Ayaw
will
nga
keep chugging
pala eh.
along, and so will my duties.
Wait
As to what
lang.
Miss Farina's departure will
Ayan,
mean for the
sindihan mo yung
nation,
isa.
and if our laws and governance will be transformed,
Put.
we'll leave those to the folks in the open.
Pinatay.
Hey everyone, the
Yeah,
photo shoot's
Ah.
very
done.
good.
Puta, napindot na naman!
So, sinubilet na yung parang hydroarchon na talaga.
In that case, let's
Ano
call
kayo
it
mangyayari
game.
sa Gnosis?
Thanks for your cooperation. Come on, traveler, let's go.
There'll be a next time?
Maybe. Who knows? I might write a story about
Diba,
the
Meron
underwater
ano,
factory next
meron
time.
siya susi niyan.
All right, last stop, the docks.
Ay, boss.
The
Boss
docks?
shots kanina.
Oh.
Ano ba si JB? Kasi
Okay.
hirap kausapin si JB ngayon eh.
Ay, tama.
Gusto ko na ng hotdogs na may konting cheese.
Asan na yun? Kanina nakita ko sa ano mo eh. Kung na, yun, ito.
Ayun, pressure.
One with nature.
Type mo, hindi na phase yung pusa.
Hindi makakit. Stop na ako.
Sige, okay lang kami ni Kuya Johnny. Kaya na namin itong dalawa.
Takbo na.
Makakit eh.
Away to. Wala akong alam dyan. Alis na po ako.
Ito Kuya Johnny, yung may lagayan ng multo pero wala yung
Pindutin mo yung ano, middle mouse.
Apparently, they've been at the docks distributing these strange pockets
Saan
the whole
papunta
time
yung
since.
Traveler, Paimon. Ah, and Miss Charlotte, too.
Yan lang siya papunta eh.
Would you like a magic pocket?
Wait lang.
What sort of gadget is it?
Galing
It's
siya sa
a
ano eh.
wondrous bag that can be used to carry many
Kabilang
things.
Ayun no.
The water
Eh,
will always
ay,
return to
ay,
normal. But if you see any of your things floating around, you can use this to carry them. Or you could trick a friend into doing it for you. Trick a friend? I wonder which of my friends would fall for that.
Haha, wala akong kaibigan.
You could just make a friend like Fremine here. Isn't that right, Fremine?
Saan ka papasundin yan?
Is this
Saan
what
yung
you meant
nakita nyo
by
na may
I'll help
susi?
you make some
Oh,
more
sa akin.
friends?
To be honest, that sounds pretty sweet. Could I have your contact, please?
Sure. Please, write down my address.
Lynette sure is working hard to help Fremine socialize.
He was the one who proposed doing this. He even wants to assist in our magic shows.
Sounds like it's just him.
Yes, I was planning to first introduce Per as an assistant, and later Fremine himself. In the future, I think we can leave underwater escape magic to him too.
That said, would anyone want to see a diver escape underwater?
Oh, it'll work out. Every journey begins with the first step. He'll become a part of our show eventually.
Lynette, could you come over? Miss Charlotte says she wants to take a picture of us.
Got it.
Got it.
My, that Charlotte is rather perceptive. She got rid of everyone the moment she realized I had something to say to you. So, Father says that you did a great deal during the latest events. She's very grateful for your contributions to Fontaine.
That's alright. We were more than happy to help. So, what's she doing now?
Oh, I guess you haven't heard. After
VST
Lady
yung
Farina
kinakanta,
left,
ginagaya ko
Father
na.
and Monsieur Nervillet opened negotiations,
Wait
during which he
lang.
gave
Anong
Fontaine's gnosis to
BST?
her as a diplomatic
VST and
gift.
company.
Wait, what?
Yung original ng kumanta nun.
Diplomatic gift?
Pagpatawad
A
mo.
gnosis?
Huh?
Yes, I was quite surprised at first myself.
Aga.
But when I thought it over,
Matama ba sa
there were
player
actually a
yung
number of things going for it. It could have been done as an apology for the incident with Lord Child, or as thanks for his help in tying the all-devouring
Excuse me.
narwhal down. Furthermore, Father did also lend significant aid to Fontaine and Poisson.
That's true, but this is a gnosis we're talking about. Doesn't this seem a bit irresponsible?
I would agree, but I've also heard that it seems that Monsieur Nervillet has had a significant change of heart regarding the matter.
So there's some reason for this that only Nervalette knows about?
I suspect you'll have to ask him about that yourself. Ah, yes, speaking of which, I did see him strolling around the entrance to the fortress of Meripede a while back.
Isn't he real busy and stuff? Paimon didn't think he'd have the time for that.
Wait.
Fuck.
Wait, sisinga lang ako.
Dapat pala yung isa na lang yung pinandaily ko dito.
May isa ka pang ano? Genshin?
Off cam lang, wait lang.
Original na account ko talaga. Dating main.
Back to the topic. The gnosis was given to the
Dating
knave,
main
right?
account na ngayon eh wala na.
Ba't hindi mo ginagamit?
They say that he's returned to Snezhnaya to
Dito na ako
recover from his
nag-focus.
wounds. I hear that the recent disaster really did a number on
Mas
his
maganda yung
health.
characters ko dito kaysa doon.
Aking mahal.
That's true. When you think about it, we've had loads of run-ins with the Fatui. To think we'd be allied with them.
Mayroong animo okay ito.
Ayun.
So shocked by such a simple switching of sides?
Mas kumpleto yung team ko dito kumpara doon.
Father!
Ba't ka kumabago?
Oh my God.
Well, what do you know? Come to the docks to see how my children are doing and meet the traveler by chance. Please do not pay my accomplishments in Fontaine too much mind. I would have done them regardless.
Labis kitang mahal.
Ito.
That is our duty as harbingers.
Nakita ko na siya.
Don't be too
Bumalik ako
preoccupied with sides. The goal of the Fatui concerns not a single place or person, but the entire world. With such a grand goal in mind, it is inevitable that we must wear many masks. Switching my masks is something I've always done.
Will you keep your
Well,
position?
that depends on many things. No one truly knows what the future holds. What good is honesty if you can't rely on it forever?
Nice.
As for you, I very much look forward to our next collaboration.
Kunin ko lang yun.
Good things cannot be achieved alone, and you've proved yourselves to be great partners.
BRP.
Actually, I just remembered something. Please help us deliver.
A vision? All right. I'll remember to return it. Thank you for keeping it safe for him this entire time.
And that's a wrap for me. Huh? You're...
Greetings, Miss Journalist.
Hello. If I'm not mistaken, there are diplomatic channels I'll need to report to take a photo of you.
That is correct. So forgive me, but I will not be able to serve as a subject in your article. However, feel free to write as much as you'd like about our dear magicians and our upcoming rookie talent.
I will.
Hindi niya pwede
This
ganun.
was quite pleasant. I shall continue my walk while the weather remains so agreeable.
Medyo nag-iba.
Farewell, Father.
Laging
Such an
naghahanap
intimidating presence.
ng
I didn't
iba.
even dare to take a picture. Thankfully, I've already wrapped up all my pre-scheduled interviews. Thank you all. This will be
Iba
more than
pala.
enough for me to run
Kinabahan
down
siya.
dinner.
May
Don't be too nervous. Why don't you take a magic pocket before you
Sa
go?
simbahan.
Here, traveler, Paimon,
Sila
you take
ay
one too.
masaya.
Ngunit pag
Malay mo.
That's right. Funny. I was giving out magic pockets when we first met too. And what do you know?
Ang
I'm doing the
iba.
exact same thing right now. So many things have happened, but the pockets are still the pockets. I guess this must be
Talaga
life.
Tito Big and
We
Joey.
will all follow our own paths, and serendipity will lead you to your fated friends. All right then. We'll be handing out pockets in some other
Kulit pa
districts
nung
later,
dialogue
so
ni
we'll get
Tito
going
Soto
now.
dun eh.
Have a good
Asawa
day, you
ko.
two.
Tuwing magtutukla pa ng balat ng mga ahas, naaalala kita.
Pwede ba ako
Bahagi
mag-dive
mo kasi.
dito? Hindi, no? Oh, yeah. Hindi nga. Sa taas lang ako pwede.
Ay, pwe.
What? Opera ellipse epiclipse.
Time to go.
Tony?
Di ako yan. Hindi ako Yahoo.
Gulat ako, Tony.
Parker. Fowler.
Hindi ka si Tony.
Di ako yan. Magsisend muna ako ng friend request. Ayan, nag-send ako. Di ako yan. Di ako yan.
Ang kulit ni Tony, ah.
So, you really are here, Neverland. Paimon didn't think you were going to have
Ako
free
yan.
time this hour of the day.
Ako na to.
Really?
Ikaw na to.
Oh, I suppose you must have met Mr. Linney. He took the time to greet me earlier when he passed this way. In any case, you came at a good time.
Nudge.
I was just considering reaching out
siyempre,
to you to set up a
only.
meeting, so I may explain some things that I haven't had the time to before.
Aw, Paimon's glad that you remembered. Thank you for keeping us on your mind, what with you being busy and all.
Electromama din to.
Alright, let's have it then. How was Fontaine?
Electromama na ano. Electromama na sumasagot ng damage.
It is strange how words can often leave a bitter taste in the
Asan ang
mouth when it finally
kalaban?
comes time to say them out loud.
Wait, may naita.
Hindi ako nagkamali sa aking daan. Kandik pala'y di ko hangad na makamtan.
So that's what happened? Fossilor destroyed the divine throne of the Hydro Archon and restored your
Ay,
power to you,
friends, meron ako i-recommend sa'yo bago. Hindi ko siya bago.
elemental dragon
Ito
sovereign.
lang, hindi mo pa kilala
Still
to eh.
doesn't quite get what you did to
nakita,
save
no?
the Fontanians
Hindi,
from
kilala
dissolving.
mo na yun eh.
For me, the authority
sige,
of the
sige.
ancient dragons refers to absolute
Send
control
lang ng
over the hydro
send.
element.
Send
Oh,
nudes.
okay.
Fontanians were
Sorry.
incomplete
Yes,
humans
sir.
born of Egeria's use of the power of the primordial sea, with constitutions similar to that of mimics. But so long as those primordial energies remain within them,
Teka lang,
I
tinatawag
could
mo na
use
yung
the
si
ancient
Opa.
dragon's authority to grant them true
Lalapad.
blood, after the fashion in which life was first brought into being on this planet.
Okay.
In other words, when I gave my verdict,
Dino Rems,
Fontanians became true
Junso
humans,
Hero.
and thus would naturally no
messenger.
longer be dissolved by water from the primordial sea.
June something?
Fossilor
Sue
must have
Hero.
counted on you to make that
Control
decision as
Shift
well.
N.
Your verdict was the
Puta.
key to making the prophecy appear to have come true while saving
Sue
everyone.
Hero.
That the Fontanians were finally truly born.
Yeah, and in a manner of speaking, Fossilor finally
Cute
managed
niya.
to fulfill the original Hydro Archon's wish
Ay, sana
to turn
all.
all planets into real people too.
May nakita ano.
It seems
Malaki,
from your
malaki.
expressions that you still have more things you wish to
Mataas
ask.
ata.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I
Ay, yung
know
ano
it.
na ba? Nasa
About the
taas
initial
nga
verdict
yata
that
yung
was
bibig.
passed on
I have
trial.
investigated his case
Ayun,
along many
Nasa taas
avenues,
pa ulit,
and
ah.
I have learned
Dito
that he
sa
once
taas
fell
nito.
into an unknown chasm when he was young. There, by chance, he awakened the all-devouring narwhal.
Po.
But whether it be by sentiment or reason, that should not have been
Walang
enough to
suba.
consider him the root cause of the disaster. At most, he would have had
Abot kaya to.
tangential liability.
Kaya
As for
nga
the
eh.
judgment passed by the oratrice during the trial, whether it was due to that liability by association or
Abot.
Focalor deliberately
Abot
using
na
him to
pala.
buy time for us on the
Siguro
assumption that he
baka
would be able to hold the creature off, I cannot say.
Guess Fossilor had
Nawala na si
Fontanians in
Tito
mind the whole
Shans.
time. In the end, it was thanks to her that they finally became real humans.
Ganun na naman yung kalaban.
Hang on a second. Paimon suddenly got another question.
Pasunog ng
Phoenix
lupa, Tita
hadn't yet
Paus.
become real
Di pala
humans.
ng damo.
Were the children they had also transformed Oceanids?
Life has
Ay
always
pucha,
flowed
immune sa
like
elektro.
water. Do you recall how Fontanians would often come to the Fountain of Lucine to pray for children?
Physical talaga.
Fountain is where all the waters in Fontaine converge.
In truth,
Immune
even
pala
those
sa
couples
elektro
did
tong
not know
kalaban.
that such prayers were no mere custom, but instead a form of ritual. Those Oceanids who were blessed within the spring water would later descend as new humans in the
Natin
coming months.
pinapahirapan sarili natin.
Paimon sorta gets it now. Either way, it seems like this ritual won't be of any further use. But it'll probably live on as a local custom.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Okay.
Risley said
Mami,
Farina
galit
has
naman
already
sa
left.
TFT eh.
What's that all about?
Ah, Lady Farina. The people are only aware that her death sentence has not been carried
Kanina ako
out.
nagalit sa CR eh.
She
dahil dun
abdicated
sa
the post of Hydro Archon and left affairs related to that title to me before leaving the Opera
Yung
House.
Genshin
I
Code.
related Fosolor's
Oh,
words to
Genshin
her
Code.
faithfully and completely. After hearing them, she seemed neither
Sobrang tagal ko
saddened nor
nakaupo sa
comforted.
Inidoro po. Hindi
She
ako
simply said
makatayo
that she was tired and needed to
My
rest.
God.
Having said
My
that, she then
ears.
packed her things and moved out of the Opera House.
Grabe,
Not
grabe.
unlike
Kasi
no
masakit yung
ordinary
tiyan mo,
person
no?
might.
Sobrang sakit ng tiyan niya.
Sige, tinutulungan na rin kita mag-isip ng dahilan.
You need not worry. I will make arrangements to ensure that she will not want for food,
Dapat
clothing,
ganun.
board, or travel. In truth, I am somewhat happy for
Sana
her.
all.
The wear and tear
Sana
on her spirit
all.
will, of course, take time to heal. But now that she no longer has
Pang
to play
ilang
the role
commission
of
na yun?
Fosolor the Hydro
3
Archon,
na ata.
she can finally lay down her burdens
Yeah.
and lead a normal life.
Ay, hindi pa.
What are your
Yes,
plans now
that
that
was
you
the
regained your
third.
full powers
Hindi,
as the
meron pa.
Hydro
Ayan
Dragon?
Pauso, tignan
After
mo. The
Fosolor
target
passed on,
has
the Oratrice also ceased to function.
vulnerability to cryo.
This
Saan?
matter will
Sa
directly
taas,
affect our
target
trials.
special
Oh.
traits.
After much careful
Tapos yung
consideration,
weakness nasa
I've
baba.
decided to take over its role in our courts.
Greatly
From
increased
now on,
damage against
I shall
Claymore
hear cases
users.
and pass
Okay.
verdicts by myself.
Meron na
Looks like
pwede
you're
ganun.
still considering stuff from the perspective of the Udex, huh?
As an elemental dragon, there
Okay.
are indeed many things that I must
I
do.
think that's all.
But this power
Ay,
and
in
this
progress
duty,
pa yung tatlong
in a
yun.
manner of speaking, you could say that both were
Oo, in
granted to me.
progress pa.
As
Pwede
such,
mo
Hindi
before
ba
gawin.
I
hindi
attend to my
pwedeng
other
may
responsibilities,
kasama?
I must first and
Hindi,
foremost
hindi ba?
continue to serve Fontaine as
Wait
its
lang.
highest judge. The
Wait
duty
lang,
of the
wala
Hydro
pa akong
Sovereign and the duty of
kailangan.
the Udex shall coexist within my person.
Kailangan kong gawin.
Additionally, the Hydro Archon's departure has brought about another
Ay,
problem,
pwede na i-enhance.
which is that the Opera House shall no longer produce indemnium.
That's true. That power was derived from the people's faith in the Hydro Archon, wasn't it? Wait, but the
Ay.
Maxim machines in the city are all still okay.
BRB rest bump.
Where are they getting their energy from?
As I am now, I have full command over New Musia, and it can serve as a complete substitute. Another reason why I cannot quite leave Fontaine immediately.
Ah, okay. So siya yung source.
Dragon's authority stuff is really
Sign
quite
off.
useful, huh?
Siya yung source ng power ng mga mechs.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Souvenir
Okay,
shop.
okay.
Oh, that's right. They say you've given it to the knave as a diplomatic gift or something.
Leaving aside their intentionality, the two Fatui Harbingers have indeed done much for us during this crisis. Their sole remaining goal in Fontaine, at least at this point, would seem to be the Gnosis. The Oratrice has ceased to function. The Hydro Archon's divine throne is now no more, and I do not need the Gnosis's power. As such, it has lost all meaning for Fontaine. If the Fatui have impure designs, then we might as well accede to their request now, and avoid unnecessary conflict.
What complicated considerations. Paimon thought you were just giving it to them out of gratitude to the knave and as an apology to Child.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it. You will soon be heading to Natlan, I presume. I'm afraid that I have little talent as a travel guide, so all I can do is tell you what I know about that land. As far as I'm aware, Natlan can be said to be a nation of dragons.
A nation of dragons? You mean like you?
No, I suspect that I would not find myself welcome there. Unlike ancient dragons such as myself, the dragons of Natlan have undergone long years of development and evolution. Large numbers of them have entered a form of coexistence with humanity.
Oh! Human as a dragon as human?
Natlan is
Damn.
also the nation of war.
Okay.
War ravages those lands like an undying flame. There is one other piece of information I got incidentally from my negotiations with the Knave that I believe may be useful to you. The harbinger known as the Captain has thrown his hat into the endless ring of war.
Oh.
The Captain. Sounds like a real tough customer. Seriously, everywhere you look, there's a Fatui Harbinger doing their thing.
I suggest that you fully prepare yourself before going to Natlan. In the meantime, Fontaine's doors will always be open to you. Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Hang on a sec. Paimon's still got a question about the Gnosis. When we spoke to Linny earlier, he mentioned that your attitude towards giving away the Gnosis had clearly changed. We guessed that there might be some reason for it that only you were aware of.
No wonder the House of the Hearth is the Fatui's intelligence division. They are certainly sharp. So regarding this specific issue, I was just getting ready to share something with you.
What is it?
In truth, I exchanged some further words with that lady named Skirk after sending you two back to the surface. It went something like this.
Well, we're going to head topside to see what's going on. You hurry over soon as well, all right, Nervalet?
What next?
The all-devouring narwhal isn't here, so I'm no longer getting any interference. I can finally catch the scent of your power, what it's made of. It is the authority of the planet's primordial dragons, but with something very similar to a god's curse mixed in. It's quite a novel blend. I'm sure I've encountered something like this before. What was it again?
I do not know what you speak of.
Ah, of course. How could I forget? You should have the remains of the third descender on your person, yes?
Oh, wait, what?
Remains? I've never heard of any such thing.
Huh. According to your parlance, I believe it may be called a gnosis.
Well, that much is true. After Focalor's divinity faded, she handed her gnosis to me. But I fear I have never heard of it described in the manner that you just did.
I've been training with my master, the Foul, ever since I was young, and I have never returned to the surface since. So most of the information I possess, I got from him. It is only natural for those who are greater than humanity to possess a different sort of common sense, which is why there are so many problems in our attempts to communicate with humans. Regardless, you should probably get rid of objects of misfortune to prevent any disasters from befalling you. To live in itself is a blessing. But once a person dies, the bonds he once had with this world shall all turn to curses.
What do you mean by that?
No need to fret. These are just my personal thoughts.
Hello.
And my reason for no longer wishing to return to the surface.
Okay lang.
So, feeling ko hindi playable to.
Third descender you refer to. Who are they? And when did they die?
Master never mentioned them to me. Perhaps it just wasn't that important for me to know. If you're interested, though, I could ask him. I'll be sure to pass the answer on to you next time.
Next time? You believe we will meet again?
Wait, what?
I do.
Yeah.
Wait. I have a disciple of my own, don't I? He can be the messenger
May
then.
achievement pa naman yan.
Damn. That's a twist.
That's what she told me. Whether it would prove useful or not, I wanted to pass that information on to you.
The remains of the third descender? So that's what the Gnosis actually are. Paimon just thought they looked like chess pieces. How could they be a person's remains?
All the same, assuming that there was no misunderstanding or special metaphor at play, that is what she meant to say.
And she said they would bring misfortune and that you should check it, which is why you gave it to the Fatui.
If she speaks the truth, then I would simply be putting Fontaine at unnecessary risk by keeping it here.
Nakakahay.
December. You mentioned one of them. I am the fourth. For me, this information means two things. Wait. Sino yung una? Yung unang descender is yung si Lumin, right? Possibly. Yeah. The one of the noses are related to the descender. And the one who came before me has already died. Wait, what? Okay.
I had guessed that you might already be familiar with his concept, but I did not expect you to be one of them. That means that the Gnosis, which are exceedingly element compatible and can even enhance elemental abilities, do indeed come from the third descender. I wonder, does your body also possess similar properties?
Well, kaya niyo mag-control lang lahat ng element.
Like being able to use elemental powers without a vision. That does sort of count as special compatibility, right? No, let's not think about this stuff right now. It just feels creepy. Comparing the traveler to the dead third descender and all.
Ayun, Welkin.
That's what you get, but this topic still feels like bad luck. Once Kyle recovers, let's get some more answers out of him.
Yung paling ginawa niya.
Go look for his master and get the answers that way.
I too believe it unwise to make too many blind guesses when information is lacking. The same is true of being at court.
Alright. Whatever the case, it seems like the crisis here in Fontaine's over for now.
Yes. All of Focalor's efforts were for this moment as well.
1 month yun, ha?
But
Ilan yun?
she sacrificed herself in the end as a god. And she suffered through all those years as a human.
F3 mo.
Was that really what she wanted?
I suppose that would be the mystery of a god's will.
Can you understand the will of the
I
gods?
suspect not. But once in a while, I too would guess that if wishes were like the clouds in the sky, they will one day return to the earth as raindrops. Life flows like water, and rain is the final answer. The water, and what ultimately is the difference between the rains that fall.
280, bili ko niyan 200.
280?
Damn. Oh my god.
Yung 300 yan yung pambili. Pwede rin pambili ng...
God damn it. Yeah, wala na akong gagawin. I'll probably play some of it off stream na lang. And then play some Pal World later on. Depends. Unlock. Pero hindi mo na kita accept. Unlock.
So everyday
saan mabibili ni Carding yung 200 na Welkins? May nabibili si Carding na 200 na Welkins? Saan yan? Yan. Kailangan ko sa buhay yan, ha?
Ay, lumabas!
Hindi.
Okay, so naman tayo sa main quest. Anong gagawin natin after? Wala na, papi, ah.
Uy, swerte. Ganda yan, Chong yun. Ay, Chong yun. Pangalan niya. Uy, naging Chong yun, naging Krayos.
Wait, 5 summon?
Basta
yun. Ka ni JB, Kuya Johnny.
It seems from your expressions that you still have more things. Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know.
Okay, so wala na pala.
I suggest that you fully prepare yourself before going to Natlan. In the meantime...
Sakto makakuha ka ng ano yan, ng skin. Yung
oh.
Thanks to Ballet.
Buti meron kang character na yan.
May magagawa ba ako dito? Ano meron dito? May chest ba here? Wala.
Mas dyan yung level. Inano mo ng Constellation 6 yan, no? Si Bennett.
Doon sa main account ko, hindi.
Anong ano nito? Anong...
Water, basta pag nag-burst siya, may lumalabas ng mga...
Basagin ko lahat ng pots. Yun nga plan, feeling ko may chest dito.
Sama mo kay Ryder para electrocharge. Electrocharge yung labas.
Gamit ko na si Barbara eh. Meron pa rin electrocharge.
Pwede ka nga Pwede ka naman gumamit ng dalawang hydro.
Diba? As always.
Maganda kasi yung kit ni ni Shincho.
Hindi siya magbibigay ng ganong mechanic kung hindi wala kang purpose, right?
Kasi yung active na character, may heal nung sword.
Very awesome. Very awesome indeed. Napakaganda. At dahil dyan, we deserve a hotdog.
Baba ko na kaya si ano?
Libre mo ako pa? Hotdog.
Si Bennett.
Baba mo na lang siya, no? Sucrose. Muna. Baba mo
Pwede
muna.
naman. Kaso kasi, ang dami ko ng heal masyado.
Ano ba mga rewards
Kaso
here?
lagi akong patay.
This one, okay.
Hindi, yung kay Sincho kasi maliit lang
Ito,
naman ang
pampabilis ng
percentage,
takbo.
pero
Wind glider,
makakatulong
okay.
pa rin.
Ano yung pampabilis ng wind glide?
Gusto mo kasi kay Shincho yung
Hydroculus,
damage
kailangan ko
block
yan.
niya.
Compassia. Yun lang. Kung gumamit ka ng crystal fly. Yes, I know. Nilagay ko sa fontaine. Makakuha, malay mo naman, di ba? Malay mo naman.
Yung isa.
Hindi naman sinabi ilagay sa specific area. So,
Ayun,
yes!
Skyrider sword din na...
Ako'y kakain muna.
Hindi.
Kakain muna, Akes.
I-rank mo yung iba.
Balikan ko kayo later on. Di ba? Later, pag nag-online tayo ulit or pag mag-stream ako ulit, baka mag-run na ako ng Artifact Run, which is nung isang araw ko pa sinasabi kay Nudge. So, we'll probably do that. Meron yan kahit saan? Per 2 days?
Mati, kung ilan
Hindi pa tapos mag-capture eh. So, we will wait for it.
Ito mo na pa-level or...
The fuck! Naririnig ko nag-hello.
Kung papalevelin?
Kala ko sa Discord. Anyways,
kasi meron kang kay Bennett eh.
Mag-online ulit ako later. Baka Dota, then we will continue playing Genshin, I don't know. Baka mag-Palworld na rin ako. I don't know, man. Depende, kasi yung kasama ko maglaro ng Palworld, pupuyatin ko pa eh. So, yeah. I'll see you later, guys. Hopefully, tayo may energy pa at hindi tayo topakin ng sakit. Papunta ako sa inyo, mag-hotdog tayo. Okay? GG's. Bye-bye!
Ay, nagre-recharge pa rin. Hindi na natapos.
Salamat sa mga tumambay. Bye-bye.
Nagre-recharge pa din ba yung skill kahit hindi gamit yung ano?
Yung active